as part of this important inaugural session. In few moments from now, we are going to begin, but I would like to request once again all the faculty members to please come forward and be seated on the round tables. Thank you. Once again, it's a sincere request to all the faculty members to please come forward and occupy the round tables. I request the faculty members of various schools to bring along with them 2 to 3 students and occupy the round tables in the front. Thank you. Well, my friends, in few moments from now, we would be starting with the inaugural session of 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism, NCMJ.
फक्त मॉनिटर
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
We have only 2 options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
21वीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity.
हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. तू तिथं मिक्सर इनपुट. हां आता चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. येतोय का आवाज? हॅलो माझ्याकडून तर जातोय. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो 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 हॅलो. स्पीकर चेक कर ना. हां आता चेक कर. हॅलो.
So guys, let's hear it for MIT ADT SOA. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Peace out!
काय चाललंय रे? अरे ते दार उघडत त्याला बटन तर लाव साला.
आता बघ. हॅलो 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 चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हॅलो चेक. हां, ओके.
भारत विश्व के सबसे विशाल लोकतंत्र के 75 साल इन ऐतिहासिक पलों को महत्वपूर्ण बना रहा है लोकतंत्र का महाकुंभ यानी प्रथम राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन का भव्य आयोजन। आदरणीय शिवराज पाटिल जी।
Fourth National Conference on Media and Journalism. We have with us Kidwai ji. We have Usha Lakshman Madam, Smita Prakash ji, Shri Swapnil Bapar ji, and they all are joining us. I request everyone. I request all the dignitaries. Let's give a big round of applause, my friends. I request all the dignitaries to join hands for ringing the bell of democracy. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward. An important moment of ringing the bell of democracy. Media and journalism are the important pillar of democracy, and by ringing this bell, we will send a loud and clear message that we all stand united for strengthening the democratic fabric of our nation. Let us give a big round of applause and join this ringing the bell of democracy. All the dignitaries and we all stand united to the cause of nation building. I request all the dignitaries to join hands for lighting the traditional lamp, which is an important tradition of our country. I request all the dignitaries to kindly Conference on Media and Journalism, NCMJ, has emerged as one of the strongest proponents of ethical media and journalism in India. It has established itself as an important platform to bring together media leaders from across the country and abroad to connect and deliberate upon the media ethics and ever-changing landscape of Indian media. The NCMJ provides a common ground for intense reflection, open dialogue, and inclusive discussion about the role of media and journalism in conflict resolution and the promotion of culture of peace in the world. This conference will bring together leading media personalities, experts, policymakers, academicians, social observers, administrators, peace advocates to exchange perspectives and share best practices related to promotion of sustainable peace and development through media. It is indeed our great honor and privilege that we have such tall personalities among us in this inaugural session of 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism. Let's give all of them a big hand, a big round of applause, my friends. Let us welcome all the dignitaries on this important occasion. And with this, I would like to request everyone to rise in your seats for national song Vande Mataram. I request everyone on the dais, off the dais, to please rise in their seats for national song Vande Mataram, which would be followed by World Peace Prayer.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra-jyosna pulakitayaminim, Pulla-kusumita Drumadala-shobhinim, Suhasinim, Sumadhura-bhashinim, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
I now request everyone on the dais and off the dais to please fold their hands, close their eyes, as we begin with the important tradition of MIT Group of Institutions for last 40 years, that we start every important occasion, every day, with World Peace Prayer, a prayer that does not talk about any caste, creed, religion, or any one particular section of society. This is a prayer to Almighty for world peace.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु मणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि बोधि गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। मुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Thank you very much. In present day society, information is power, and the mediation of this information is a great responsibility. A free, independent, and unbiased media is the means through which the correct information is conveyed to the people, which sustains the democratic structure of any nation. However, media as an information vehicle is susceptible to corroding influences of power that be. In the guise of free, independent debate and discussion, information can be misused for propaganda, spreading hatred and rumors, leading to creation of tensions. And this exactly is going to be the theme of discussion of 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism. To understand in detail about what exactly is going to be the plot for discussion of NCMJ, I request my technical team to kindly take us through a small
Hello
audio
everyone,
visual.
I am Sinan Farishta.
I request my technical team to kindly relay a curtain raiser video on National Conference on Media and Journalism.
Hello everyone, I am Sinan Farishta
And I am Nabur Maitani.
and we are taking great pleasure in welcoming you to Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism.
Due to the emerging conversations about peace and inclusivity, the NCMJ is centered around the theme Dialogue, Inclusivity and Peace. As the world returns to normalcy after 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic, we at MITWPU School of Media and Communication are delighted to host the most awaited event for the media
Media
industry.
can play a crucial role in developing processes of negotiating peace by enabling debates and discussions that can
is going to continue. It is a known fact that supplying credible information and by reaching to a large audience, media helps in managing democratic principles. To share the thoughts about 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism, I would like to invite the Director of School of Media and Communications of MIT World Peace University, Shri Dheeraj Singh Ji, to propose welcome address.
Thank you, Gautamji. It is indeed my great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism. On behalf of MIT World Peace University's School of Media and Communication, I would especially like to extend a very hearty welcome to all our esteemed guests on the dais, to our Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Jawahar Sarkar, to noted writer and senior journalist, Shri Rashid Qidwai-ji, to ANI Chief and Senior Journalist, Srimati Smita Prakash-ji, Director of R.K. Lakshman Museum, Srimati Usha Lakshman-ji, and President of Pune Union of Working Journalists, Shri Swapnil Bapat-ji, for agreeing to be part of this conference. The National Conference on Media and Journalism was envisaged by our Honorable Executive President, Shri Rahul V. Karad-ji, to be a forum for deliberation and discussion about the current state of the media, how things can be improved and made better. There was also in it an undeniable urge to connect the idea with our immense legacy of peace, inclusivity, and dialogue as established by revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, our beloved founder and president. This, the 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism, becomes all the more important as it coincides with the 75-year celebrations of our nationhood, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which is also why we have tried to make it more special by instituting 3 very important awards to honor journalists who are seated on the dais, about whom you will hear later, who have worked tirelessly for the cause of bringing justice, equity, and ultimately peace to all those who read or watch their stories. It was a tough call indeed, initially to connect journalism with peace, but as we deliberated amongst ourselves, we realized that the core principles of media, of journalism, in fact, all communication, was to make the world more understandable, the world a better place where the light of knowledge dispelled ignorance, fear, and hatred. Slowly and surely, the thought of journalism for peace began to take shape in our minds, and we decided to come up with this theme and the awards that connected with everything that MIT World Peace University has been trying to do in its 40 years. With these words, I would like to set the stage for a wonderful and amazing 3 days of listening and learning from the vast and varied experience of our guest speakers. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for setting the right tone for the 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism. And today, we have with us the tall personalities of media and journalism space, and it is our indeed honor and privilege to welcome them all here. I would now like to request the Honorable Executive President, Shri Rahul Karat, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome all these dignitaries on the dais. First, I would like to request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the Honorable Member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha, AITC West Bengal, and former CEO of Prasar Bharati, Shri Jawahar Sirkarji. Well, let's put our hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, my friends, Shri Jawahar Sirkarji. It is indeed our honor and privilege that we have him here today. A big round of applause, my friends. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presence. I now request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the eminent journalist, political commentator, visiting fellow and Observer Research Foundation, author of Bharat Ke Pradhan Mantri, Shri Rashid Kidwai ji. A big round of applause for Shri Rashid Kidwai ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presence. I now request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the Director of R.K. Lakshman Museum, Madam Usha Lakshman ji. A big round of applause, my friends. Thank you very much, madam, for your presence on this important occasion. I would now like to request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome the Editor News, Asian News International ANI, the special guest of honor of today's session, Madam Smita Prakash ji. A big round of applause. Thank you very much, madam, for your presence. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And now I would like to request, sir, to kindly felicitate and welcome our own, a person who goes hand in hand in NCMJ, the President of Pune Union of Working Journalists, Shri Swapnil Bapadji. A long association for the 4th year with NCMJ of Pune Union of Working Journalists, which is represented as the President by Shri Swapnil Bapadji. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us here on this stage today. With this, I would now like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis sir, to kindly address the gathering. Please welcome with a big round of applause Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. R.M. Chitnis sir.
Good morning and namaskar to all of you. On behalf of Founder President, revered Dr. Karad sir, on behalf of Honorable Executive President, Honorable Rahul Karad sir, on behalf of all the trustee members of MIT Group of Institutions, on behalf of all the faculty members, administration, students, and all of you, it gives me pleasure and honor to once again welcome to Pune city and this world's largest peace dome all the dignitaries who are on the dais. So let's clap for all of them. They have given part of their life to us, which is a time. The theme of this conference, I'm sure, will surely make an impact on the students, those who are sitting in front of us. You may feel why we are here and what is in for next 3 long days in terms of deliberations, speeches, interactions, and then one-on-one meeting. And then establishing friendship with the speakers and then be there with them on email. I want to share with all the dignitaries on the dais that right now we have School of Journalism, Mass Communication. We have School of Liberal Arts, who also have journalism as one of the specialization. And we also have law, School of Law and School of Designing students sitting here. You are aware that media is one of the very, very important pillar of this democracy, and educated students should come into politics directly or indirectly is the vision of Honorable Rahul Karad sir. And he started School of Government in 2005 and then Bharatiya Chhatra Saudat in 2011. And soon, very, very important development in our country is National Legislators Council, and Honorable Rahul sir will speak during his speech. My dear students, you take a lot of passion in the OTT platforms and many other entertainment social media apps. But why not in democracy of your country? And that's good for you, your spouses, your children, and the entire country. MIT World Peace University, School of Journalism and Mass Communication is organizing this particular NCMJ. And this is the 4th version. It was the concept of Dr. Karad sir that all media should write. Thereby, peace will prevail in the minds of people, in the families of the people, in the office, in the city, in the country, and in the globe. Otherwise, whatever wealth we have, if we don't have peace, then everything is lost in this world. Lot of stress, lot of conflicts, lot of confusion. And thereby, you will see that the theme which Rahul Karad sir has come out with this year is dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. Let's put our hands together for the theme and the brainchild of Rahul Karad sir. Today, the modern technological marvels, media has taken a different form of electronic media, digital media, social media platforms, and so on. So much so that the conventional print media has also embraced technology by offering e-newspapers, e-books, e-journals, and so on. And with the deep reach of technology right up to the grassroots level of the society, through mobile phones at large, awareness, information, transfer, communication, exchange of thoughts and views have made media a very, very powerful tool for social transformation. My dear students, harmony and brotherhood, love, compassion. These are the virtues everyone wants. And we should strive for it. We should earn it. And that's why your participation, very vigilant, fully aware participation, is sought for. It is pleasure and pride to mention here that at MIT World Peace University, we have set our prime objective to impart value-based quality education for our students to transform their lives and make them peace-loving, socially responsible global citizens. Have you noticed that we are the only university which emphasizes on peace? You may be coming from law, you may be coming from pharmacy, engineering, but peace modules are compulsory for all of you. 20,000 plus students at any point of time take peace education mandatory. Our founder, president and UNESCO chairholder Vishwanath Karad sir, and our dynamic executive president Rahul Vishwanath Karad sir are the strong pillars of this mighty institutions, which is cluster of 4 universities and 70 plus colleges. And they are the torch bearers for peace mission, and that's why our name has world peace in it. And if you look at our motto or our particular logo, Vishwa Shanti Dhruvam Dhruva, let peace prevail in the entire universe. That is the theme. And we are now telling media department, connect with peace. And next month on 8th and 9th of December, it gives me immense pleasure to declare that our law department will be holding in this hall Law and Peace Conference. And that's why if you establish peace and lead happy life to do better things in your lives, a healthy dialogue and inclusivity with the help of ethical journalism and sensible media is essential. And it carries substantial socio-economical and geopolitical significance in the society. Just to recap, we have 3 plenary sessions, themes like OTT, documenting past, present and future, new media, new job, and in between we have Youth to Youth Connect today and tomorrow Media to Media Connect session. Once again, warm welcome to today's guest, Honorable Jawahar Sarkarji, Rashid Kidwai ji, Smita Prakashji, Usha Lakshmanji, and also welcome 3 big names. NDTV editor is sitting here. 3 of them, they are the winners of the MIT World Peace University's Journalism for Peace Award. And as the program unfolds, you will know their story and they will be felicitated today. With this, I would like to request you that we expect your fullest participation and then deliberations during the question and answers. This is going to help you great way, not only to you, to your family and this entire country, nation called Bharat. Thank you so much for patiently listening. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for enlightening all the students present here today. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, mentioned about the MIT School of Government, the very first school in entire Asia probably, which was aimed to create the future political leaders for our country. My friends, all these efforts we are sure that they would shape up and they would sensitize the youth of this country to strengthen the democracy of our country. We have with us the President of Pune Union of Working Journalists, Shri Swapnil Baparji. I now request him to address the gathering because he is not the guest, he is one of the hosts. He is the one who has been associated with us for last 4 long years, an important organization, the Pune Union of Working Journalists, who's been supporting and associated with NCMJ for last 4 years. Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, Shri Swapnil Baparji.
सुप्रभात और आपका सबका स्वागत। सम्माननीय मंच और मंच पर उपस्थित सब आदरणीय, मंच के सामने उपस्थित आप सभी श्रोतागण, आप सभी को पुणे श्रमिक पत्रकार संघ, पुणे वर्किंग जर्नलिस्ट यूनियन की ओर से मैं आप सबका धन्यवाद भी देता हूं और आप सब महानुभावों का पुणे में स्वागत भी करता हूं। स्वतंत्रता का अमृत महोत्सव है और इस 75 वर्ष पूरे होने की औचित्य पर यह कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है। आदरणीय हमारे राहुल जी हमेशा औपनिवेशिक मानसिकता को बदलने की ज़रूरत पर बात करते हैं। हम पत्रकार के रूप में हमेशा उनके साथ रहते हैं, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि अंग्रेजी के बजाय हिंदी में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करूं। 75 वर्ष पूरे होने के बाद हम फिर एक बार इसी विषय पर चर्चा के लिए उपस्थित हुए हैं, जर्नलिज्म फॉर पीस। तो मैं एक ऐसे संगठन का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा हूं जो स्वतंत्रता मिलने से पहले 7-8 साल पहले उसकी नींव रखी गई थी। 1940-41 में पुणे श्रमिक पत्रकार संघ की स्थापना हुई। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि शायद यह ऐसा एक ही संगठन होगा देश में जहां पे प्रिंट, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और डिजिटल के एक साथ 400 पत्रकार एक ही संगठन के सदस्य हैं और उस संगठन के माध्यम से हम पत्रकारों की कल्याणकारी योजनाओं पर काम करते हैं। साथ ही उनका स्किल डेवलपमेंट, उनके साथ बातचीत करना, उनको एक रखना और पत्रकारिता के सामने, पत्रकारों के सामने जितने भी नई समस्याएं आती है, नए चैलेंजेस हैं, उन पर विचार विमर्श करते हुए सबको आगे ले जाने की भूमिका इस संगठन की रहती है। तो इस संगठन का प्रतिनिधित्व करने की, उसका अध्यक्ष बनने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला, तो मैं उसके लिए भी सारी फ्रेटर्निटी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और हम इस मंच के माध्यम से यहाँ पे एक भागीदार है और अपेक्षा है कि आप सब छात्रों और सारे मेहमान भी नए विषय पर चर्चा करेंगे, नए कुछ सीखेंगे। छात्रों से अपेक्षा ज़्यादा है क्योंकि उनको आगे जाके हमारे संगठन से भी जुड़ना है, देश के बदलते आयामों से जुड़ना है। 75 साल पूरे होने के बाद अमृत महोत्सव उत्सव मना रहे हैं। हमारा संगठन उससे ज़्यादा है, उस 80-81 साल हो चुके हैं, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हम पर जिम्मेदारी भी ज़्यादा है। सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी क्रेडिबिलिटी, रेवेन्यू और टेक्नोलॉजी, ये आज की जर्नलिज्म के सामने सबसे बड़े चैलेंजेस है। जो भी छात्र इस क्षेत्र में आना चाहते हैं, जर्नलिज्म करना चाहते हैं, उनको ये सब बातें सीख कर, ये समझ कर आगे बढ़ना है कि टेक्नोलॉजी, रेवेन्यू और क्रेडिबिलिटी हमारे सामने सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है। तो उस चुनौती को कैसे उसका सामना करेंगे, उस चुनौती पर कैसे विजय प्राप्त करके हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे और जर्नलिज्म फॉर पीस किस प्रकार से साध्य कर पाएंगे, ये हमारी सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है। मुझे इस बात का आनंद है कि हम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में सहभागी भी है एज ए यूनियन। लेकिन जर्नलिज्म फॉर पीस अगर हम कहते हैं तो पीस किस माध्यम से आता है, तो शांति सिर्फ संवाद के ही माध्यम से आ सकती है। और मुझे लगता है ये कॉन्फ्रेंस उस हिसाब से, उस लहजे से सबसे बहुत ज़रूरी बात है। जब मैं आते हुए सोच रहा था कि इस मंच पर क्या कहना है, क्या हो सकता है, 3 दिन में आगे क्या क्या होने वाला है, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि संवाद सबसे बड़ा माध्यम है। संवाद ही हो सकता है और संवाद के ही माध्यम से शांति आ सकती है। लेकिन संवाद अलग अलग विचारों का, अलग अलग व्यक्तियों का, अलग अलग विचारधाराओं का होता है और वो संवाद करने की ये एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी हमें मिली है। मैं समझता हूँ कि 3 दिनों में जितना भी मंथन यहाँ पे होगा, अलग अलग विचार प्रस्तुत किए जाएंगे, वो आप सभी छात्र समझ ले, सोच ले, उस पर खुद अपना विचार करें। लेकिन मंथन के माध्यम से, संवाद के माध्यम से ही शांति आ सकती है। ये हमेशा ध्यान में रखना है। संस्कृत में एक श्लोक है, लक्ष्मी कौस्तुभ पारिजातक सुरा धन्वंतरिश चंद्रमा। मंथन के माध्यम से ही 14 रत्न मिले हैं। विष भी मिलता है, अमृत भी मिलता है, जो भी है स्वीकार करो, शांति के लिए उसका उपयोग करो। ये करते रहने के लिए छात्रों से विनती है कि 3 दिन इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित रहे, आनंद ले, सबके विचार सुने, चाहे वो विचार अपने हो, हमें अच्छे लगते हो, बुरे लगते हो, हमसे मेल नहीं खाते हो, फिर भी सुनते रहो, सीखते रहो। इससे ही आगे जा सकेंगे। जर्नलिज्म ऐसे ही आगे बढ़ेगा। और जर्नलिज्म फॉर पीस, इसका एक ही माध्यम में सॉल्यूशन है, संवाद। तो यही पे यहाँ पे होगा। यहाँ पे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए सबका धन्यवाद, संस्था का भी धन्यवाद, और आप सब छात्रों का भी आभार, संस्था का भी आभार। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your mind on behalf of Pune Union of Working Journalists and giving an important message to the young students and young journalists of this country, those who are going to ensure
Hello everyone,
that the
I am
peace
Sinan Farid.
is preserved and cared for in time to come. You also mentioned, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir also mentioned in his speech, so let me quickly reiterate that they both talked about world peace. They both talked about initiatives that this organization has been taking. Under the able leadership of Honorable Executive President Shri Rahul Karat Sir, almost more than a decade ago, MIT School of Government was established. The very first school to create political leaders for this country. That time, the question was asked, why? Why you are doing this? Then, SOG created a platform called Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, a platform that helped all the students to come together across the nation and connect with the political leaders of this country to minimize the gap. Again, the question was asked, why? But the common thread in all these events, even the NCMJ, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament, Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, has been only one, which is strengthening the democratic fabric of our country and bringing the country together and putting it on the path of progress. Now, Honorable Executive President Shri Rahul Karat Sir has envisioned an important gathering, important conference, I would say a Mahakumbh of the Indian democracy in next year, that is 2023. The National Legislators Conference, which is scheduled in 2023, is going to witness the gathering of MLAs and MLCs from 28 states of this country and 8 union territories. We have never seen, this country has never seen such a gathering where MLAs and MLCs of 28 states of this country coming together and discussing and deliberating upon the common issues with the sole agenda of progress and union. This we all are going to witness in next year 2023. More than words, I think the visuals would come to help me. I request my technical team if they can please relay a small film on National Legislators Conference.
भारत विश्व के सबसे विशाल लोकतंत्र के 75 साल, इन ऐतिहासिक पलों को महत्वपूर्ण बना रहा है लोकतंत्र का महाकुंभ, यानी प्रथम राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन का भव्य आयोजन। आदरणीय शिवराज पाटिल जी, मनोहर जोशी जी, मीरा कुमार जी और सुमित्रा महाजन जी के कुशल मार्गदर्शन में 50 से भी ज्यादा राष्ट्रीय और क्षेत्रीय राजनीतिक दलों की भागीदारी। भारत के राजनीतिक इतिहास में पहली बार एक गैर राजनीतिक मंच पर एकत्रित होंगे भारत के 28 राज्यों और 8 केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों के 4000 से भी ज्यादा निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधि। इस 3 दिवसीय वैचारिक मंथन में होंगे 40 से ज्यादा समानांतर सत्र, जो तय करेंगे नए भारत की सुनहरी तस्वीर, जैसे कि विधायकों के प्रदर्शन में सुधार, सुशासन के लिए नए प्रयोग, सामाजिक समावेश पर आधारित भारत का आर्थिक विकास, कैसे बने सफल और संवेदनशील जनप्रतिनिधि, भारतीय लोकतंत्र को एक नई दिशा में ले जाने वाला भागीरथी प्रयास, यानी राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन 2023। क्या है ये राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन? एक मंच जो विधायकों को अपने दायित्वों के निर्वहन में करेगा और अधिक सक्षम, जिससे शक्तिशाली होगा हमारा लोकतंत्र। इस मंच पर होगी जनप्रतिनिधियों के समक्ष आने वाली चुनौतियों पर चर्चा, जातिवाद, सांप्रदायिकता, भ्रष्टाचार और अपराधीकरण जैसी ज्वलंत समस्याओं पर होगा विस्तृत विचार मंथन। राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन 2023, जो लिखेगा भारतीय राजनीति की एक नई इबारत, जहां विभिन्न राजनीतिक विचारधाराएं आपसी मतभेदों को भुलाकर करेंगी लोकतंत्र को शक्तिशाली बनाने का अमृत मंथन, जहां मिलेगी युवाओं को राजनीति में आने की प्रेरणा, जहां लिखा जाएगा सुशासन, नेतृत्व, लोकतंत्र और विश्व शांति निर्माण का एक नया अध्याय। भारतीय लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों से मिलेगी दुनिया को प्रेरणा, जहां भारत को केवल सबसे बड़ा ही नहीं बल्कि सर्वश्रेष्ठ लोकतंत्र बनाने का होगा महायज्ञ। एक ऐसा यज्ञ जो ले जाएगा हमें परिवर्तन की ओर, आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर। भारतीय राजनीतिक इतिहास में उभर रहा है एक नया वैचारिक मंच, पहला राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन 2023, नेशनल लेजिस्लेटर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस 2023।
Let's put our hands together and give a big hand to this concept of, for the first time in the history of Indian politics, the platform of National Legislators Conference. My friends, a person who has seen the country, the person who has understood the vibe of our
Hello
country.
everyone, I am Sinam Sarishta.
We have with us today on the stage the former Director General of Doordarshan, a renowned film scholar, and an ace administrator, the Chief Executive Officer of Vishwa Shanti Darshan Channel, Shri Mukesh Sharma ji. It is now apt moment when I request him to address the gathering. Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause Shri Mukesh Sharma ji.
आदरणीय जवाहर सरकार जी, रशीद किदवई जी, उषा लक्ष्मण जी, स्मिता प्रकाश जी, स्वप्निल बापट जी, गौतम बापट जी, धीरज जी, राहुल जी और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सारे छात्र और फैकल्टी, आप सभी का स्वागत है इस प्रांगण में। आज के अखबार की एक खास खबर थी जो कि मीडिया से बहुत जुड़ी हुई थी। पता नहीं आप लोगों ने पढ़ी कि नहीं पढ़ी, देखे कि नहीं देखी, वैसे लोगों ने अखबार पढ़ना कम कर दिया है। खबर यह है कि गवर्नमेंट ने ये डिसाइड किया है कि अब से जितने भी चैनल्स हैं न्यूज़ के और जो बाकी चैनल्स हैं, आधे घंटे की न्यूज़, आधे घंटे की पब्लिक सर्विस से रिलेटेड वीडियोस या टेलीविज़न शोज़ डेली दिखाएंगे, जिसमें कि वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ और अदर फैक्टर जो पब्लिक सर्विस से रिलेटेड हैं, करीब 8 ऐसे हैं, वो सब आएंगे सामने। तो सवाल ये उठता है कि जब पहले एक चैनल था तो सुबह और शाम न्यूज़ आती थी तो बड़ी शांति रहती थी। अब इतने सारे चैनल आ गए हैं कि वो शांति कहीं गुम हो गई है। तो शायद उस शांति को वापस लाने के लिए सरकार का यह प्रयास है कि थोड़ी बहुत बात हम वो भी करें जो कि नेशन बिल्डिंग की है, जो कि सोसाइटी की बिल्डिंग की है। और उस क्षेत्र में आप सबका बहुत बड़ा योगदान होगा जब कल आप बाहर निकलेंगे यहाँ से, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। मैं करीब 40 साल से पब्लिक सर्विस ब्रॉडकास्टर रहा और मैंने पाया कि बड़ी शांति और बड़ी खुशी मिलती है बगैर कुछ अपवाद किए, बगैर कुछ गड़बड़ किए हुए। दूसरी चीज़ एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट जो मैं आपको बता दूं जाने से पहले कि जैसे रावण के 10 सर थे, मीडिया के भी 10 सर हैं। टेलीविज़न है, फिल्म है, रेडियो है, डिजिटल है, VFX गेमिंग है, OOH आउट ऑफ होम है या लाइव इवेंट्स है। कहने का मतलब है कि आज की तारीख में आप सबका अपना एक चैनल हो सकता है। जैसे कि मैं एक चैनल चला रहा हूँ यहाँ पर विश्व शांति दर्शन का, जिसका फोकस बड़ा क्लियर है, पीस, स्पिरिचुअलिटी एंड साइंस। है अजीब सी तिकड़म कि इन तीनों चीज़ों को मिलाकर कैसे सामने रखा है। जो आदरणीय कराट सर, डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराट जी का एक विजन था कि ऐसा चैनल हमें करना है, और उन्होंने कहा, मैंने कहा ठीक है सर, हम कोशिश करते हैं। और थोड़ी बहुत सफलता मिल रही है। मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोग भी उस चैनल को थोड़ा देखें, थोड़ा समझें, तो उसमें जो कुछ भी मैं डाल रहा हूँ मेरे 40 साल का निचोड़ है। तो आपको एक्चुअली बहुत सारी चीज़ें बगैर कुछ इधर उधर देखे हुए मिल जाएंगी एक ही बार में, और सीखने का मौका मिलेगा। कुछ छात्र मेरे साथ इन्वॉल्व हुए भी हैं और जिनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा भी हुआ, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। तीसरी चीज़ है, जैसा मैंने कहा कि एब्सेंस ऑफ वॉर इज़ नॉट पीस, कि युद्ध नहीं हो रहा तो शांति है, ऐसा नहीं है। बहुत सारी चीज़ें शांति को लाती हैं हमारे सामने, अगर वो हम if we don't empower our women, if we don't treat our girl child properly, if we don't give her education, if we don't do things which the society needs, शांति नहीं बन सकती। और शायद यही मेरे चैनल का और आज ये जो हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसका भी यही स्वरूप है। बैठ करके इसके खिलाफ गलती निकालना, उसके खिलाफ गलत करना, इट विल नॉट, हमको कहीं लेकर नहीं पहुंचेगा, हम वहीं कहीं अटके रहेंगे। मैं ज़्यादा बातचीत करना नहीं चाहूँगा क्योंकि कल मेरा एक सेशन है जिसमें कि मैं इस पर चर्चा और भी करूँगा डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज को लेकर के, तब आप लोगों से एक बार बात होगी। आज के लिए थैंक यू सो मच सर।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for addressing the gathering on this important inaugural session, I would say. And now it's time when I invite the visionary, the person who has created the platforms of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Women's Parliament, National Sarpanch Sansad, and the person who's the motivation behind National Legislators Conference, which is going to come in next year, 2023. The Executive President and Managing Trustee of Myers MIT Group, the Executive President of MIT WPU University. Sir, just a moment, please. But before I invite him to address the gathering, please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, Shri Rahul V. Karat, sir.
Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. Behalf of the bodies of trustees and our beloved founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karat, he is very much with us right now online, and all the governing council members of MIT WPU University, our Vice Chancellor, Shri Dheeraj Singh, the Director for MIT School of Journalism, and all other my respected teachers, and everybody here, आपके सबके behalf, आप जितने भी students liberal art और बाकी सभी faculties के, मुझे मन से हृदय से मैं यहाँ पे वेलकम करना चाहूँगा। जवाहर सरकार साहब, आपका यहाँ पे आज आना हुआ। आपने गवर्नमेंट में अलग अलग कैपेसिटीज़ में काम किए हैं। प्रसार भारती के आप इतनी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को आपने इतने साल चलाया, और आपका नाम जर्नलिज्म फील्ड में राष्ट्रीय लेवल के ऊपर राजनीति में सब लोग जानते हैं। और मुझे खुशी है कि मुकेश शर्मा जी ने भी उनके बारे में मुझे बहुत पहले बताया था। आपका यहाँ पे आना हुआ, मैं आपका मन से स्वागत करता हूँ। मैं वैसे ही श्री रशीद किडवई साहब, recently you visited Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad in city of Pune, and it was a wonderful, the motivation to the student community. Thank you so much once again to be here with us, an eminent journalist, political commentator, and who is also working with Observer Research Foundation, and भारत के प्रधानमंत्री, आपका जो बुक है वो भी मुझे आपने बीच में भेजा, उसके लिए भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Thank you so much for again participating in this very prestigious 4th National Conference of Media and Journalism. Thank you. Another very important guest, Madam Smita Prakash ji, आपका भी यहाँ पे आज का योगायोग है कि एशियन न्यूज़ नेटवर्क, हम सब लोग ANI, PTI, UNI, ये सभी important institutions का नाम जानते हैं, but she is not just decorating this very position of this particular organization, but a very creative, talented senior journalist, and who is quite a great symbol for many women and other various girls. Thank you, madam, for your participation today in this very meet. आज के इस प्रोग्राम में जो हम तीनों लोगों को जो यहाँ पे अवार्ड देने जा रहे हैं, मैं उनका भी यहाँ पे मन से स्वागत करता हूँ। रलवीन कौर जी, आपका यहाँ पे आना हुआ। Thank you so much for your participation. Independent journalist, dawn to earth, print मीडिया में आप काम करते हैं, आपको आज यहाँ पे अवार्ड दिया जाएगा। एक महत्वपूर्ण शुरुआत इस पर्टिकुलर ईयर में हमने ये शुरुआत की कि इस तरीके से अवार्ड्स देने चाहिए। मैं समझता हूँ कि धीरज जी, आप और आपकी कमेटी इस अवार्ड की जो गरिमा है, आजकल मैं काफ़ी जगह पे मैं देखता हूँ, काफ़ी सारे प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनीज, अलग अलग लोग रिकग्निशन देने की कोशिश करते हैं, बट कई बार मुझे खुद को संतुष्टि नहीं होती कि अवार्ड का क्वालिटी, अवार्ड का एक दर्जा और अवार्ड का एक पूरा मैसेज हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ियों के सामने किस तरीके से जाना चाहिए। तो इस पर्टिकुलर अवार्ड के माध्यम से मैं ये समझता हूँ, बहुत पिछले 4 साल पहले भी बहुत बार ये चर्चा हुई कि अवार्ड इस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्फ्रेंस में देना चाहिए, बट मैंने मेरे टीम को मैंने रोक के रखा था कि जब थोड़ा एक मैच्योर स्टेज आएगी तब आप अवार्ड के बारे में ज़रूर सोचिए। इस बार तो मुझे खुशी है कि ये तीनों इम्पोर्टेंट अवार्ड विनर्स का यहाँ पे सिलेक्शन बहुत बारीकी से आपने किया है। आप सब लोगों का मैं यहाँ पे अभिनंदन करता हूँ। श्री सुशील कुमार मोहपात्रा जी, सीनियर एडिटर एनडीटीवी ब्रॉडकास्ट, थैंक यू। आज आप जस्ट यू कैन वेव द हैंड सो दैट पीपल कैन नो, यस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर पार्टिसिपेशन। मैं नीतू सिंह जी आपका भी यहाँ पे मन से स्वागत करता हूँ, who is also in the area of digital era. She has developed her own independent the channel and very active. Thank you so much नीतू सिंह जी। जैसे मुकेश शर्मा जी ने अभी बोला कि आज के डेट में तो हम सब लोग एक तरीके से जर्नलिस्ट है, बिकॉज ऑफ सोशल मीडिया एंड सोशल मीडिया इवोल्यूशन। तो हर व्यक्ति ने एक तरीके से अपनी अपनी भूमिका एक एक्टिव सिटीजन के नाते यहाँ पे बजानी चाहिए, और आप सब लोग इस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्फ्रेंस से वो प्रेरणा लेके जाए, ये हमारी सबकी यहाँ पे अपेक्षा है। मैं बाकी डॉक्टर चिटनीस, धीरज सिंह जी, मुकेश शर्मा जी सबका यहाँ पे स्वागत करता हूँ, और हमारे 2 यंग स्टूडेंट्स हु आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग ऑल ऑफ यू, मैं उनका भी यहाँ पे मन से स्वागत करता हूँ, आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ। बहुत अच्छा एक मैच्योरिटी मैं कहूँगा कि इस पर्टिकुलर कॉन्फ्रेंस में ने हासिल किया है पिछले 4 साल में। As you all know that we have so many different schools of fine arts, liberal arts, engineering education, mechanical, polymer, petroleum, sustainable studies, and so many other branches, law. So naturally, every school, they have their own state and national level conferences, and this is one of the university level conference, and where our director, vice chancellor, we all felt that all the, including the liberal art faculty, the law school students and journalism school students, they all should work together. With that spirit, today we have invited all of you here. Please take the full benefit of this conference. Just now, what you saw just now, this film of National Legislator Conference, you are aware that this institution is quite active on the social front. Our beloved founder always said that how do we connect all our degree programs with the society? You guys you have to be the problem solvers of the society, not just the bread, butter and the corporate world. Tomorrow you are going to go, you are going to have your own jobs and things like that. And definitely your own journey, you will be very successful. But this institution has always promoted this very thought of unification of science and spirituality alone, how it can bring peace to the mankind. And with that very purpose, one such visionary person, our beloved founder, he thought of this very monument here, what you see in the vastness of the world, which talks about the unification of science and spirituality, how it can be unified, the very vision given by Swami Vivekananda. And that particular vision, I must say, it is very much on the ground in the form of one laboratory of the world peace. And under this very dome where we all are sitting together, it is all the time inspiring all of us that how do we really take this mission of our beloved founder to the world. And that's how the promotion of good governance, democracy, leadership, all these areas are very dear to our heart, and we are trying to imbibe that very spirit in each and every one of you through this our even the peace program, rural immersion program, and so many other programs we are imparting here. जवाहर सरकार साहब, हमने यहाँ पे इतने बारीकी से सिलेबस के प्रोसेस में इस तरीके का ये किया है, 3-4 साल बाद जब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ से पास आउट होंगे तो उनके पूरे लाइफ में कैसा परिवर्तन होगा, तो इन सब चीज़ों का इसका क्या परिणाम है, इस हॉल में बैठने से भी मन के ऊपर एक परिणाम है, ऐसा मैं समझता हूँ। तो उस भूमिका से हमारे फाउंडर साहब ने, एजुकेशन इज नेवर अ बिजनेस, ऑफ कोर्स फॉर एनी सोशल एक्टिविटी ऑल्सो यू नीड सम बिजनेस प्रिंसिपल, बट दिस वेरी स्पिरिट ऑफ दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आवर फाउंडर हैज ऑलवेज प्रमोटेड with this very solid thought process, and we are trying to take this vision ahead. मैं अभी दिल्ली से आया हूँ। दिल्ली में करीबन 18-20 विधानसभाओं के अध्यक्षों का भी वहाँ पे आना हुआ, और बाकी भी फॉर्मर 10-12 विधानसभाओं के अध्यक्ष, और सबकी एक मीटिंग हुई, और उसमें ये चर्चा हुई कि भारत में 4,500 MLAs हैं। ये जर्नलिज्म की कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है। उस भूमिका से मैं सभी बच्चों के सामने यहाँ पे मैं कहना चाहूँगा, सभी स्टूडेंट्स के सामने, कि आप इन सब चीज़ों की तरफ बारीकी से देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर हम एक अपने तरीके से एक सेल्फ सेंटर्ड होके अगर विचार करेंगे तो मुझे नहीं लगता हम एक व्यापक सोसाइटी और एक परिपूर्ण सोसाइटी बना पाएंगे। तो इसलिए आज इस जर्नलिज्म कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं बताना चाहूँगा 16 जून को मुझे लगा ये अप्रोप्रिएट होगा कि इसका डिक्लेरेशन आपके सबके सामने करना कि पुणे मुंबई में बांद्रा कुर्ला कॉम्प्लेक्स में बहुत बड़ा एक वहाँ पे हॉल है, तो वहाँ पे ये कॉन्फ्रेंस होने जा रही है जिसमें करीबन 3000 के लगभग एमएलएज फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया दे आर गोइंग टू गैदर और the four enemies of our democracies, as you all know, the casteism, communalism, corruption and criminalization. We all know that this is nothing new, but you all have to, you know, anybody here in Mumbai corporatory election, how much money they spend? 10 crore, 15 crore for MLA, one MLA ship, how much money we spend, or for MP ship? यहाँ पे बहुत सारे सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट बैठे हैं, यहाँ से एक भी आदमी ये डिनाई कर सकता है क्या कि इस तरीके से पैसे खर्च होते हैं? मतलब हमारे करप्शन का भी रूट इलेक्शनरिंग भारत का टीएन सेशन साहब ने कभी एक बार आके उस वक्त भी काम किया और बाकी भी बहुत सारे लोगों ने भारत में काम किया। ऐसा नहीं कि बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हम यहाँ तक आए हैं, लेकिन बिल्ली के गले में घंटी कौन बांधेगा, इसके ऊपर भी हमें हमारा एक रूटीन तरीके से ये थिंकिंग हो चुका है। सभी स्टूडेंट्स को मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आप सोचो इसके ऊपर बारीकी से। एवरीबडी नोज इट कि यहाँ पे हमारे इलेक्शनरिंग कैसे होता है और इसके माध्यम से पूरी सिस्टम और पूरा हमारा सोसाइटी कैसे चल, किसी से ये फैक्ट छुपे हुए नहीं है, सबको ये फैक्ट पता है। बट फिर तो इसीलिए कनाडा जैसे, न्यूजीलैंड जैसे कुछ छोटे ही देश होंगे, पॉपुलेशन उनका अलग होगा, उनकी इकोनॉमिक परिस्थिति अलग होगी, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सर्स भी कुछ देशों में इलेक्शंस होते हैं और भी काफ़ी अलग अलग चीज़ें अलग अलग देशों ने अपने तरीके से राइडर्स लगा के उनका लोकतंत्र अच्छा करने की कोशिश की है। तो ये भूमिका से हमारा ये जो लोकतांत्रिक एक तरीके का महोत्सव जो होने जा रहा है वो इसको दिशा देगा, ऐसा मैं समझता हूँ। आपको मैं उदाहरण देना चाहूँगा मैडम, यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में प्राइवेटाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन 83 में आया, आज जिसकी वजह से इंजीनियरिंग के कॉलेजेस, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस, प्रोफेशनल कॉलेजेस की मैं बात बोल रहा हूँ। कर्नाटका, तमिलनाडु में 70 में आया। महाराष्ट्र बीइंग सच ए प्रोग्रेसिव स्टेट 10-12 साल क्यों लगे? दिल्ली में प्राइवेटाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन 90s के बाद, 95 के बाद आया। दिल्ली से पूरे बच्चे यहाँ पे पढ़ने आते थे। तो मतलब लॉ मेकिंग, पॉलिसी मेकिंग क्या कर सकता है मैं बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। आज हम सब लोग मेट्रो की बात बोलते हैं। कलकत्ता में मेट्रो कब आया? सरकार साहब आप शायद बंगाल से ही है, 70 इतना बीच में 20 साल हमने किसी ने इंस्पिरेशन नहीं लिया, मुझे नहीं समझ में आता। तो मेरी खुद की भावना ये है कि हमें बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस का शेयरिंग इन सब लोगों में हो। इसके लिए ये पहली बार ये पूरे भारत के एमएलएज इकट्ठा आ रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय होम मिनिस्ट्री और सभी इंपॉर्टेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ हमारा ऑलरेडी टच में सीनियर लीडरशिप के साथ इसके बारे में चर्चा हुआ है, बिकॉज वी नीड अ वेरी यूनिफाइड इंडिपेंडेंट thought process for this such kind of thought. When I went to United States in 1975, United States, as anybody knows how many MLAs are there, whom they call the state senators. They have 7,200 MLAs in United States. So 1975 से पिछले 50 सालों से इस तरीके के आदान प्रदान और विचारों का शेयरिंग वहाँ पे हो रहा है MLAs के बीच में, लेकिन भारत में अभी तक ये हुआ नहीं था। तो पहली बार हमारी संस्था के माध्यम से, इंडिपेंडेंट सिविल सोसाइटी के माध्यम से, एनजीओ के माध्यम से ऐसा एक इनिशिएटिव आ रहा है। तो मुझे इस बात की खुशी है, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसका भी बहुत सराहना किया कि इंडिपेंडेंट सोसाइटी से इस तरीके के थॉट आ रहे हैं, और भी लोगों ने इसकी सराहना की, बाकी भी लोगों ने सराहना की, और एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म भारत के इतिहास में आगे होने के लिए जा रहा है। और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो डेमोक्रेसी के जो 4 शत्रु मैंने बोला, इकोनॉमिक बेसिस के ऊपर रिजर्वेशन होना चाहिए क्या, मुझे नहीं पता। हम आगे जा रहे हैं कई बार, आर वी सीमेंटिंग द कास्ट, आर वी सीमेंटिंग सो मेनी अदर religious dimensions? As we are progressing at one end, so many good things are happening. So we all have to think, my dear students. So आपका सबका दायित्व है इसके बारे में विचार करना। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ, the reinstating the truth, जर्नलिज्म को मैं विद्यापीठ से अलग कोई मानता नहीं। जो विद्यापीठ यहाँ काम कर रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि मीडिया भी वही काम कर रही है। समाज का प्रबोधन, समाज का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, समाज की साइकोलॉजी बनाना, समाज का माइंड बनाना, और उसके माध्यम से कोई भी संगोष्ठी, कोई भी विचार, और उसी के माध्यम से समाज की निर्मिति होती है। कोई भी यहाँ पे कल्पना, कभी भी मन में पहले विचार आता है, तो यहाँ से हम विचार आपके मन में दे रहे हैं। कभी कभार आदरणीय कराड़ सर ने 2000 में उन्होंने मन में विचार आया था कि ऐसा मैं डोम बांधूंगा। हाउ ही मस्ट हैव मैनिफेस्टेड। आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द स्टूडेंट sitting here, you need to manifest what you really want to become in your life. That is very important. Unless and until you manifest, you can't really, and with a pure intention and commitment and the honesty, then things can evolve, my dear friends. 2003 में मैंने सपना देखा था कि भारतीय राजनीति में इस तरीके से कुछ करना है, और 20 साल की ये तपस्या है कि MIT स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट राजनीति का प्रशिक्षण देने का पहला संस्था, उसी के माध्यम से भारतीय छात्र संसद, नेशनल विमेंस पार्लियामेंट, नेशनल टीचर कांग्रेस, राष्ट्रीय सरपंच संसद, और अभी ये नेशनल लेजिस्लेटर कॉन्फ्रेंस की जो बात मैं यहाँ पे बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे सपने जैसा दिखता है। मैं 5 मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को इकट्ठा, मैं कोई यूनियन मिनिस्टर नहीं हूँ, ना ही मैं कोई जर्नलिस्ट हूँ। मीडिया में तो लोग वहाँ पे नेचुरली, वहाँ पे कम्युनिकेशन की बात होती है तो सब लोग आपके एक फ़ोन के ऊपर लोग आते हैं, लेकिन एक कंसेप्ट के ऊपर लोगों की किस तरीके से भावना होके चीज़ें आगे बढ़ सकती है। मेरा कोई बड़प्पन नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं आपको विनती कर रहा हूँ कि यू गाइज फ्रॉम दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस नीड टू थिंक लाइक दिस, मैनिफेस्ट, थिंक ओवर इट, what really you want to do after 5, 10, 20 years down the line. Definitely things will happen, that much I can tell you. And here is an example of the World Peace Dome, what our beloved founder envisaged long back. We all were opposing, all the trustees were opposing. और हम बोल रहे थे कि ये कैसे होगा, ये क्या आप बोल रहे हैं, विश्व का सबसे बड़ा गुम्बद जब हम बोलते हैं तो 120 फीट की हाइट के ऊपर 160 फीट का डायमीटर कहीं पे भी नहीं है विश्व में। यू कैन गूगल इट आउट। उसके डायमेंशन जो है 160 फीट का डायमीटर का इतना बड़ा ये जो है, एंड ओनली फॉर such a very purpose of conveying to the world about the world peace. I think there is no such unique structure. So इससे आप सब लोग प्रेरणा लेके जाएंगे ऐसा मैं समझता हूँ। मैं सभी पत्रकार भाई जितने भी अगले 2-3 दिनों में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे उनका भी यहाँ पे मन से स्वागत करता हूँ। इसका आउटकम प्रोफेसर धीरज कि यू गाइज नीड टू रियली थिंक एंड रिकमेंडेशन के स्वरूप जो कुछ रिजोल्यूशंस भी मीडिया में भी, मुझे लगता है कि मीडिया इज अ 4th पिलर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। उसमें बिजनेस एंगल्स है, उसमें सो मेनी एंगल्स है। वी आर अ चैरिटेबल इंस्टीट्यूशन, वी हैव टू रियली मेक आवर मीडिया हाउसेस मोर रिस्पॉन्सिबल, यू गेट मी। सो ताकि हम जो सिविल सोसाइटी आम आदमी है, हमारा विश्वास और मीडिया के प्रति, मुझे नहीं समझ में आता, कुछ चैनल्स का मैं देखता हूँ कंप्लीटली एकदम से बुद्धू आदमी भी समझ में आएगा कि ये एक तरफ झुका हुआ है, ये दूसरी। तो हमें इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में ऐसे क्या क्या चीज़ें हो सकती है, ये बच्चों ने आपने ये सवाल उठाने चाहिए, तो तब जाके हमारा डेमोक्रेसी और हमारा जो लोकतंत्र है सबसे यूनिक और डिफरेंट होगा। और मैं आप सब लोगों का कंट्रीब्यूशन चाहूँगा। जो ये नेशनल लेजिस्लेटर कॉन्फ्रेंस जो होने जा रही है 16 जून को मुंबई में, तो आप सब लोगों को वॉलंटियरिज्म के रूप में भी उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करने की मौका मिलेगा बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को। और एक राष्ट्रीय लेवल का, जैसे यूनाइटेड नेशंस का एक कॉन्फ्रेंस होता है, उस लेवल का एक राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस एक इंडिपेंडेंट अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी के द्वारा वहाँ पे होने जा रहा है। ये बहुत बड़ी एक ऊर्जा इससे हम सब लोग लेके जाएंगे ऐसा मैं समझता हूँ। फिर से एक बार रशीद किडवई साहब, जवाहर सरकार जी, मैडम स्मिता प्रकाश जी, उषा लक्ष्मण जी, आपका सबका मन से स्वागत करके मेरे शब्द यहाँ पे मैं ख़त्म करता हूँ। और पुणे वर्किंग यूनियन स्वप्निल बापट सर, आपका इसमें ऐसे ही आने वाले समय में सपोर्ट चाहिए, बिकॉज पूना का जो मीडिया का जो स्मेल है बहुत डिफरेंट है, जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी, प्यूरिटी, मैं भारत के सभी जगह के ऊपर जाके आया हूँ, बट पूना से बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिल सकता है बहुत सारी जगह के ऊपर। और वो प्यूरिटी हमने पूना ने जो एकदम टिक के रखी है, तो उसको और हम अच्छा बना सकते हैं। तो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को कृपा करके कोई प्राइवेट या किसी प्राइवेट शिक्षण संस्था का ये ना मानते हुए, इसको आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस बोल के आने वाले समय में we want to really follow very ideas of yours, and under your leadership and under your working union के लीडरशिप में हम बहुत अच्छा काम करने की कोशिश करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। सभी स्टूडेंट्स का सबका मन से यहाँ पे स्वागत, आप सब लोगों का स्वागत। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Shri Rahul Karat sir. Thank you very much for showing us path forward to National Conference on Media and Journalism. And now, before I start inviting the guest to have a dialogue with us, it is now apt moment that we go through a small film made on National Conference on Media and Journalism. Over to you, team.
World Peace University's 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism.
Due to the emerging conversations about peace and inclusivity, the NCMJ is centered around the theme Dialogue, Inclusivity and Peace. As the world returns to normalcy after 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic, we at MITWPU School of Media and Communication are delighted to host the most awaited event for the media industry.
Media can play a crucial role in developing processes of negotiating peace by enabling debates and discussions that can resolve underlying conflicts in a non-violent manner. The purpose of this conference is to outline the role of media in promoting a culture of peace.
The conference will try to address various topics like 75 years of Indian journalism, OTT, what happened to the blockbuster, documenting past, present and future, new media, new jobs, and voice of peace in times of conflict.
The legacy of 3 years, the 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism promises to provide a majestic platform to connect the media leaders with today's youth. The conference is a noble initiative for encouraging dialogue, inclusivity and peace.
The objective of this year's NCMJ are to appreciate as well as critically analyze the role of media and journalism in peace-building processes, delineating the tenets of value-based media practices, to promote dialogue, inclusivity and peace, and to propose a roadmap by addressing the challenges of new media and the way forward for ethical media practice.
Our mission is to ignite the spirit of ethical journalism ingrained with social sensitivity. We also aim to raise the extent of awareness, involvement, responsiveness, and access through open deliberations between media leaders, policy makers, youth, society, and industry at large. We also believe in paving a path towards creating energetic youths as the future media leaders and ethical journalism ambassadors.
The first day is going to be marked by 3 important sessions with the topics 75 years of Indian media, OTT, what happened to the blockbuster, and cancel culture.
Just like OTT platforms, cancel culture has also jolted the youth into successive numbers. A raging phenomenon of our times is the cancel culture, and the media industry has been a primary target of this over the last few years. While there are often legitimate reasons for cancelling people, there are instances where people have lost opportunities due to false accusations. Since the youth of today have been at the forefront of this debate, we would like to hear students discuss and deliberate upon this phenomenon and hopefully propose a solution that is mutually beneficial to the audience, members as well as the media industry.
Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University's National Conference on Media and Journalism is one of its own and open conversations and collaborations and helps to generate new ideas.
It is an amazing opportunity to understand different perspectives and to voice your opinion. Join us in this immersive experience to bridge the gap between industry and the students.
Thank you very much for that beautiful film. Let's give them a big round of applause and wish them all the very best for National Conference on Media and Journalism. And now it is indeed my honor and privilege to invite the very first and the chief guest of this session, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, AITC West Bengal, and the former CEO of Prasar Bharati, Shri Jawahar Sirkarji, to kindly address the gathering. But before that, I would like to request my technical team if they can please relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Jawahar Sirkarji.
Shri Jawahar Sarkar is currently a Member of Parliament from the Rajya Sabha. He is the immediate past chairman of the Centre for Studies in Social Sciences, Kolkata, one of India's premier research and teaching institutes. He served the IAS for over 4 decades, last as the Chief Executive Officer of Prasar Bharati, Doordarshan and All India Radio. He was the Secretary of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India from 2008 to 2012. He studied at the Universities of Calcutta, Cambridge, Sussex and Presidency. He has 2 master's degrees in Ancient Indian History and Culture and in Sociology with Social Anthropology. Historian Tapan Raichuduri of Oxford publicly commended him for his exceptional analytical power and depth of knowledge in diverse fields. The British Museum awarded him its silver medal, and the Asiatic Society of Kolkata conferred its Biman Bihari Memorial Award for History and Politics on him. He had the honor of delivering the first Jamshed Baba Memorial Talk at the National Centre for the Performing Arts in Mumbai. He is actively involved in research, writing and public speaking. we warmly welcome Shri Jawahar Sarkar.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, my friends, Shri Jawahar Sarkar ji.
My regards to Dr. Vishwanath Karadji, who's unable to join us today, Mr. Rahul Karad, dignitaries present, Rashid Kedwai, Nita Prakash, Mr. Bapat, the award winners, and all of you. I'm really amazed. I have come here after about 4 years or 5 years. I came here for an international conference. I'm amazed to see this wonderful structure and the thought that has gone behind this, this dome. How seamlessly they seem to have merged spirituality with science, science with philosophy and religion, religion with culture, without any conflict. I mean, it speaks of a very high level of thinking and visualizing. I've been told to speak on the new media. You know, when I was tossing around with the figures, what interested me the most was exactly 10 years ago, when I was dealing with the same figures, digital was way behind, way behind. At that time, the competition was television. Television was shooting past everyone. Print was being dabawed. Print was on the way down. And games and others were there, but nothing spectacular. Now we come to a stage where the media industry has crossed 2.5 lakh crores. 2.5 lakh crores is a mighty big amount. Let me explain. 2.5 lakh crores is more than the budget of Bihar, of Assam, of Odisha, almost equal to the size of the budget of West Bengal. I was studying this budget figures and I came to the... So the media industry alone is bigger than many governments. And out of this media industry, the chief leader is not television anymore. Television is thriving. It has an exponential rate of growth. But the one that is beating him, the race car that is coming in from behind, is online digital. Online digital is accounting for about 68,000 crores, singly. And its nearest competitor is surprisingly the print media, that is 35,000 crores, exactly half. So the print media in India is not dead and is not going to die down, whatever the Americans and others tell you. We have our long life, we have our society, our readership in chai shops and other places, and we will have one. So those who are thinking in the print media, here are words of encouragement. And television is 30,000 crores. But these are only to give you the idea of what lies where. Where viewership is concerned, that's another interesting thing. Viewership has always been, where television viewership is concerned, has always been glued on entertainment. Sasbi, Bahuti and all that, that has attracted more eyeballs than, let us say, hardcore news. But right now, we find online news to be around 45.4 crore. I'm talking of even 1.5 years ago, against 45 crores in entertainment. That means online news, which is the representative of the new media, product of the new media, seems to have gaining ground. How many of you actually read the newspaper? I have made a lot of statements about the print media, but I'm sure most of you see all your news where it comes online. There's a certain amount of convenience involved and a certain amount of risk also. Risk also. I'll talk about the risks later. Now, the net is inevitable. I find it quite annoying when people say, वो मोबाइल पर लगे रहते, ऐसे उसमें पाप क्या है? नहीं, मोबाइल पर लगे रहते, ऐसे किस पर लगे रहेंगे? मुझे बताइए ना, किस पर लगे रहेंगे? टीवी पर, किताब पर? भैया, mobile is not a mobile for only games. Stupid people see games for too long. You see, even a person with simple common sense will be seeing everything on the mobile. His email on the mobile, his WhatsApp on the mobile, his news on the mobile, everything is on the mobile. So the mobile to him is a closest companion than even his own spouse or would-be spouse. I mean, the spouse can be off for a few days, but if the mobile is off for a few hours, one feels lost. So roti, kapda, makan and connectivity, है ना? रोटी कपड़ा मकान ठीक है, कनेक्टिविटी है, नहीं जाऊंगा. So we have come to that state of complete attachment with the digital world, with the new media world, and that is what I'm just trying to remind. That's all. Now, even through the last COVID session, we learned a lesson. That the world does not stop because the outside is locked up. The world went on its own speed. And if television companies could not reach their offices, films came in through OTT. OTT pushed away the theatrical release of movies. And OTT has made a bigger splash. OTT movies have made such a big splash that government is very keen to now govern OTT. Now, OTT is a mischievous child. Among all the streams of media, OTT is the least governable. If you look at all the streams of media, you'll find something palpable to hold. अगर वो बंदर को पकड़ ही न सके, how do we sort of hold him? I'm an ex-bureaucrat, तो वो पकड़ना, दबाना, ये सब खून में है. तो how do you catch? Telecom connectivity, you can catch through the telecom companies, through towers, through mobile sets. But OTT is something that is jumping over everything else. And there has been a persistent demand in the technology sector कि OTT के भी कोई discipline में लाइए. And now I have seen the new bill, telecom bill, where they are trying to bring OTT under the new telecom law. Whether it is good or bad, I will not argue here, some other time. Now, having put the position there, India's net users have crossed between 85 to 100 crores in a population of 140 crores. These numbers you know. And people are spending about 2.5 hours on the social media. Now, I'll come to, since the topic given to me is about new media and politics, nothing can better explain the rise of a phenomenon called Narendra Modi. I would not like to get it into politics, but I'll try to examine it from an academic point of view. You see, 2013 is the beginning of the merger of media and politics. There is no doubt about it. I was there holding a media house or many media, one of the biggest headaches of the media. I have seen what has happened in front of me. This is the time when a good study has been made by this fellow called Jayjit Pal of the University of Michigan, where he has documented this rise, where Facebook and Twitter were used to very, very effective means. Prior to this, the only person who was of consequence who was using Twitter was our man Shashi Tharoor. Now, the interesting part of it, Shashi is my colleague, is that Mr. Modi overtook Shashi Tharoor as the most followed politician on 4th of July 2013. Prime Minister to 1 saal baad bane. So he overtook him, which means that he was conscious and he was jumping into the new media stream because he wanted to reach out beyond the lecturing or along with it. Along with it. This is very important. No PM before him has ever even thought on those lines. I remember, I don't know if I should say it, but a very personal episode. As a secretary, I had to report to Dr. Manmohan Singh, and he was a little disturbed. I took a little time to reach him because these kids had occupied Vijay Chowk. Now, Vijay Chowk is so sacred that during the freedom movement also nobody went there. They went to this place and they blocked that place, but they never went to Vijay Chowk. Look at the audacity of these kids who were shouting on this issue of Nirbhaya. Nirbhaya had happened on the 26th of December. By 29th, the nation was hit. By early January, it snowballed into a big issue, and then protests and others snowballed, and there was a first major gathering on Vijay Chowk on Raisina Hill. You know, the capital that you see with North Block and South Block on this thing. So the Delhi police was completely taken aback. Because Delhi police has its own ways of looking at things. They have taps and pipes and stoops and all that, and that's always been a legitimate part of life. They were completely taken aback because the gathering had all happened thanks to Facebook. This was the first Facebook gathering, the social media gathering, WhatsApp gathering in the history of politics that I saw in front of me. And that afternoon, I happened to explain. He said, उससे ये होते हैं? I said, हाँ होते सर. वो मोबाइल से हाँ सर हाँ होते सर. तो वो मोबाइल से whatever is possible was not even fully appreciated by seniors at that point of time. Now, this campaign has its own nuances. This campaign has its own styles and others. I wish people read the campaign as a media campaign, as the first major historic use of the new media. Views, we can leave it to ourselves. Yes, there was a lot of hard words getting into this thing. What was the messaging? You see, you can capture a new media as a medium. It's like a pipe. What do you put into the pipe? So there you require individual messaging, and you can study the messaging. Corruption. And to help the campaign was Anna Hazare, who disappeared thereafter. I don't know where, but he was there at that time. So the two helped each other. And Kejriwal was then wearing his topi. So then the second part of the campaign was action versus indecisiveness. This government is indecisive, which it was, I guess. I guess it was, but that was the messaging. Then there was this thing about reaching out to youngsters. Google Hangouts. It took me 10 minutes to understand what a Google Hangout is, because I wanted to see what was going on with that film star. Then question of maturity versus Pappu. I mean, these are all parts of the campaign. Indian versus Bharatiya Sanskriti versus Videshi Sanskriti. Western way of looking. The Hindu heritage. So these are the messaging. Now the question is, and these are the time when a lot of new words came into circulation. It made the print and television media feel small because the new word that came up was very derogatory. Prostitute. It came up at that time. Thank God it is not used so much nowadays, but it came up all of a sudden during that period. So this is my study of this thing. The mainstream media soon fell in line. There were various methods to make it fall in line. And then we have on the adroit use of what I call Bugs TV, which went into its own targets. But the best part of it was and this is the contribution of new media that very few people can give, no other media can give you, is micro-targeting. Micro-targeting is a game that arises out of algorithm. What is an algorithm? Every electronic signal, digital signal, will produce a data. And that data can be stored and studied, and from 1 hour of what you have seen on the mobile, we can start making assumptions about what you like and what you don't like. This is the averaging, this is the study, the algorithmic study of man. And the first major company in the world that was caught doing this unethical thing was Cambridge Analytica. Cambridge Analytica was caught buying up data from the social media users, buying up data unethically, and targeting the voters during the American and other campaigns. Some amount of Cambridge Analytica type of things, because we didn't have such advanced mechanisms developed in India, and since Cambridge Analytica made a lot of hue and cry, some amount of micro-targeting was possible. In a couple of cases, this micro-targeting was caught by the Madras High Court, where an Aadhaar card could be linked to a beneficiary, and the beneficiary and his mobile number could be linked to the Aadhaar. So beneficiary number, Aadhaar number, and mobile number, if they are put together, we can send a WhatsApp to the beneficiary. Please remember me, I helped you. That sort of thing. It started, but it was caught by the Madras High Court. Now, what is happening, and this is the danger not of X regime or Y regime, this is the danger all over the world, of what we call the complete networking of data. The networking of data is a reality. It is happening in America, it's happening in Russia, it's happened everywhere else, and it's also happening in India. Happening in India to an extent where we have to take it up politically, but this is not the forum. You have a link between your personal ID, your Aadhaar, it's almost mandatory, along with your bank, along with your PAN, along with KYC, other revelations, along with election card. So at a person, at a particular level, you have about 16 fields of control. If tomorrow somebody wants to eliminate you digitally, you're blocked out. Somebody can do it. You are just blocked out because you are caught in one of the series. I'm not saying this has happened, or this is a possibility that we have pointed out in the parliamentary committees again and again, that excessive linkage without checks is going to get us into problem. There is another couple of other problems. Who owns the pipeline? Who owns the highway? Right now, as you know, there are 5 major players on the net, the big 5 as we call them. Together, their wealth is around $7 trillion. $7 trillion is incidentally double the GDP of India. 5 companies alone. One company alone has higher than the GDP of 10 to 15 big countries. That is their strength. They can buy up governments, they can sell governments, they can topple governments. Should we have that amount of strength? And do you know the obscene salaries that the collaborators are paid? Well, I'll give you. Google's pitchway, 4,000 crores. What are you doing in journalism? S. Narayan, 4,500 crores. That is Adobe. Satya Nadella, 4,100 crores. George Kurian of Google Cloud, 10,000 crores. So next time Google Cloud tells you your capacity has run out, pay more. Remember, part of it goes to George Kurian. Now, this is what happening. We have a behemoth of foreign big companies who are controlling it. We have the users who are getting networked. So there is a certain degree of helplessness. In this, there is perhaps, I'm not even talking of fake news, deep fake. These are things you know. I'm talking of the bigger parts of the world, the Mars, Venus, and the other huge universes I'm talking about. The one way out that appeared was, how can we have the web on a cooperative society basis? Yes, we are moving to it. The first web that we have, Web 1.0, was a flat, one-dimensional web where documents could be exchanged between academics, Web 1.0. By 2004 and 5, Web 2.0 came in, wherein you could send audiovisual materials and others. And now we are standing at a juncture, young ladies and gentlemen, one of these will win. One is metaverse, where you can communicate in three-dimensional active form. That means you can get somebody coming and standing next to you using artificial intelligence and holographic effect, or you can get Web 3.0, which is now being attempted as a collective cooperative society of all contributors without any master. Without any master. This is the state of the highway, and the speeds, as you know, 5G is going to change the whole world. So the whole world is moving in a different line. Even the domains like print and electronic media are also heavily dependent upon this new technology. We all need to be conscious. I made this prediction about either it will go the metaverse way or it will go by the Web 3.0 way. One of them will survive. Let us see. It is like that pager versus the mobile in the 90s. One of them survived. Let us see who survives. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Shri Jawahar Sarkar ji. Let's give them a big round of applause, my friends. My friends, a big round of applause. I can see many of you young journalists sitting in the front. That's more like it. Thank you very much. And now this is time when I invite the special guest of honor of this gathering, the director of R.K. Lakshman Museum, Madam Usha Lakshmanji. But before I invite her to address the gathering, I request my technical team to kindly relay the film.
Usha Lakshman has more than 35 years of professional working experience as a teaching faculty. She is working as a marketing and branding professional in various companies, including her own company, RK IPR Management Private Limited and RK Lakshman Foundation. She has worked in the social sectors on projects related to education and environment in the CSR wing of Times of India, Muktangan, an NGO in Mumbai. She has authored 2 books titled Timeless Lakshman and Credibly Exaggerated. She has designed, scripted and executed the R.K. Lakshman Museum in Balewadi, Pune. She is currently instituting in the Lakshman Museum an innovative art education program, an integrated cartoon program based on the works and philosophy of R.K. Lakshman. This program is conceptualized for aspiring artists, school and college students, which was pioneered by her team of educators with her help. This is one of the many initiatives by R.K. Lakshman Foundation. We warmly welcome Srimati Usha Lakshman.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, my friends, Madam Usha Lakshmanji.
Can you hear me? Just put together a short presentation, if somebody can handle it. Good morning to all of you. Dr. Vishwanath Karad, who is online present with us, Mr. Rahul Karad, and all the dignitaries on the dais, my dear students and teachers. First of all, a very big congratulations to MITWPU for celebrating the 4th National Conference on Media and Communication. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am just a small drop in the ocean of my dear dad, who's left behind a huge legacy for you and me to cherish and take it forward. And I'll just give you an interesting presentation of his journey, even before independence, through the print media, how he was able to capture and capitalize a graphical satire of the political situation and the political leaders without malice, through his wit and humor. Can I have the presentation? I think it's important to have a little visual impact, because I'm just going to run through some of his sketches that he has done since independence. And this is particularly for the youth that's there sitting right in front of me, for you to know the 75 glorious years of India's independence and Lakshman's contribution that he has done since independence. So, okay, till the presentation happens. Lakshman has contributed as a journalist and as a cartoonist way back in the early 1940s, you can say. He always wanted to be an artist, and by the time he reached his college days, his aspiration increased to become a political cartoonist. He did have a brief stint with a Punch magazine titled Koravanji in Karnataka, where he was able to contribute and go through a political journey. After his graduation, he came to Mumbai looking for an opportunity in a newspaper to be a political cartoonist. He started his journey along with Balasaheb Thackeray in the Free Press Journal for almost a year. For various reasons, he had to move out of Free Press Journal. And it so happened, the turning point in his career, the day he left Free Press Journal and decided to go back to his hometown, that particular day there was a taxi strike and he had to depend on a horse cart to go back home. As he was passing through Times of India, he instinctively got off the horse cart and walked in looking for a job with Times of India. There was an art director called Mr. Langame, who kind of already recognized him. Lakshman was pretty well known by then, and was ready to offer him a job. So that's how he joined the Times of India from the very next day. He did not start there as a political journalist, but as an artist working for the art department. Times went on, he was not happy to continue just as an artist under the art department. He worked his way through, started sketching political cartoons, and just gave it to the editor and said, let this be your your collection. Feel satisfied? This is only a kind of an exercise for myself, particularly with the current situation that is, that's happening in the country. I have to brush myself, so you can have this collection. It so happened, after a couple of months, his cartoons, his political cartoons in particular, were identified and said, why not carry it in the newspaper? It created sensation, and there was no looking back for Lakshman after that. So, the political journey through his cartoons, presented by R.K. Lakshman Museum. Next. Lakshman's brush and pen spoke and gave the graphical satire of his works, his comment on the political material that he has shaped. His pen was very powerful, very bold, and as if you read his captions, you can understand what I meant. His brush was able to touch upon each and every political leader and the political situation. Next. Let me just go back, to his early years. And I think it's very, very important for you youngsters who do not even know who R.K. Lakshman is, how he started his journey as an artist. This sketch of his is when he was barely 3 or 4 years old, never wanted to go to school, always had a charcoal or a chalk in his hand, wanted to sketch on the walls and the floors, or a slate and a chalk, run to the marketplace and keep sketching and observing what was around him. He came from a family of 8 siblings, the youngest, and one of his uncle, recognized that he was not going to school. So he tried his best to take him to school, and finally, it was Lakshman who realized going to school is not a bad idea because I get to sketch my peer group and my teachers. Next. Next slide, please. The people leave. This was a turning point for him to recognize, yes, there is an artistic instinct in him. The teacher recognized this people leave drawn by him when he was barely 4 years old and said, you're going to become a big artist one day. That struck a chord and there was no looking back. R.K. Lakshman, a self-made artist who started his journey right from the age of 5. Next. He always used to comment on this one point that India is the country for anyone to take up cartoonists as a career or a journalism as a career. People talked about politics as a pastime, opening a newspaper in the morning, discussing with the family, talking to your colleagues in the office, going for a walk, talking about the political situation, in the marketplace, in the group, in the evening with friends and family. So, this helped Lakshman to analyze a lot of characters through his discussion, through his observation, and through meeting people and doing a lot of networking. Next. So this is what I was talking about. Koravanji, the Punch magazine, followed by Free Press Journal. Next. Common man. Why is Lakshman, how did he become so famous as a cartoonist? In a country where we have so many cartoonists, even during his as his contemporary during his time. I think it is the common man and his expression of his graphical satire through wit and humor, which was meant for the common man, the empathy and the sympathy that he had for the common man. This concept he had from his very, very early years, since his school days and his college days, of wanting to do something for the common man through his cartoons. And when he started his journey as a political cartoonist, he actually went around looking for this character, this iconic character. And he believed that the iconic character actually stood in front of him and found him. Lakshman did not find the common man found him. So here we have this iconic character, the common man, standing tall right in front of me and saying that we are part and parcel of each other. So I am here for you and you're here for me. Let's take the journey together. And this iconic common man has no caste, no religion. He is an example and an icon representing you and me, the people of the country. And I think that made the difference in his cartoons, because he went through an era where there is not a single controversy in the political situation that he did not tap on. There is not a single political leader that he did not touch upon and brought forth the controversy that was happening in our country through the journey of India's independence. And that was purely because he had this common man representing his cartoons and showcasing the situations in the country. So I'm quickly going to go through the, the political journey of Lakshman's life through the various prime ministers. We start with Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And Lakshman found Nehru as a very important political leader. He found him very intelligent, very focused. And one fine day, he happened to meet him, and he was given time just for 15 minutes. But it so happened, they spent time with each other for almost an hour and 15. One thing Pandit Nehru asked him, why is that you have removed the cap on my head? So he said, I found you and your real character coming out without the cap. Then in the course of his conversation, Pandit Nehru asked him, if you were to lead and take my place and my chair as a prime minister, how would you lead the country? What would you do? He said in one line, in one sentence, I think all my focus towards the improvement of the country would be for the common man. I would look into their needs, their situations, and what is required for them. And I think if we have a straight focus on what the common man needs, I think, it makes it very simple for any leader to take it forward. Of course, Pandit Nehru was quite impressed. The next prime minister was, next slide. Next slide, please. Lal Bahadur Shastri. I'm quickly going through this since there's very limited time. The next slide. Next slide, please. Indira Gandhi. So Indira Gandhi, as I don't know how much of you know, that had the longest tenure as a political leader and as a prime minister. He found her as a very bold and strong leader and was able to handle the situation of the country very well. Next slide. Next. 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 So this is how she was, a very dynamic person with all her cabinet ministers. She would look down, look up to her. Kept increasing the cabinet ministers through that little chair that she had over the table.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, येतोय आवाज? हाँ, येतोय का?
Cartoons.
शशी बोलतोय मी, तुझा आवाज येतोय का माझा?
Of Mrs. Indira Gandhi and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Next slide. While India was going through, during Mrs. Gandhi's time, a very successful, political career that she had, soon the stable government that she had, that she was leading, was threatened. And next slide. Emergency was formed. This was a very tough time and very trying time for Lakshman because he was able to bring forth any kind of situation, controversy. But during emergency, it became increasingly difficult for him. But he never kept quiet. He continued his graphical satire, portraying everything that was there. It was censored though, and the censors were literally on his head and on his neck to stop cartooning. So finally he went and met Mrs. Indira Gandhi and said, this is my bread and butter. Why are you doing this? Why are you penalizing me? I am just representing the democratic country of our country and bringing forth the situations for the common man. Mrs. Gandhi said, I'm not stopping you. You please continue. I have no right over this. Which made him pretty happy. He came out very happy, which was short-lived, because her advisors said, please go on a holiday out of India, and I think that would help you. Otherwise, if you continue this, you might probably go behind bars. So he had to be compelled to go to travel abroad with his family, and thought that was the end of his political journey. Next slide. So common man was going through, since independence, change and expectations, and rather disgusted during the emergency time. So as you can see in the sketches that Lakshman has done. Next slide. Then came Morarji Desai. Next slide. Next. Mr. Charan Singh. So this was a period which was almost 20 years that was completed since independence, and India saw changeover of almost 5 different political leaders as prime ministers. Next slide. Indira Gandhi swept back and came back to power. Next slide. After her demise, her son, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, took over. Next slide. And this was a period where we saw a changeover of more than 8 political leaders who as prime ministers. Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. Next slide. I'm sorry, I'm not able to go through these details because of limited time. Next slide. Mr. VP Singh. So these are the various political parties who are part of the journey since independence in the glorious 75 years of independence. Mr. Chandrasekhar, Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Lakshman found Mr. Vajpayee as one of the most dynamic, intelligent, forward-thinking leaders who was able to bring about a lot of reforms and changes in our country. And, and he was even able to bring the relationship between India and Pakistan fairly close to some extent. But the first time when he took over as a prime minister, his tenure lasted for a very, very short time of 13 days. Next slide. Mr. Dev Gowda, I.K. Gujral, Sonia Gandhi. This is a very interesting sketch which I just wanted to show, which was a rare appearance of R.K. Lakshman in his own cartoon. And he felt that he would rather be backstage reading a newspaper and not come in the forefront as a cartoonist to do something, at the political level where people are flocking into number 10, residence of Sonia Gandhi. Next. Vajpayee again, back to power. Next. Mr. Manmohan Singh. And Lakshman had, he was a man with a sixth sense and had a vision for our current Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Modi ji. And this is the sketch which, when he was a Chief Minister of Gujarat, since then he had this vision that one day he would be a leader who will care for the nation and for the common man. Next slide. So we have our, Lakshman's vision, I guess, is fulfilled, and we have Mr. Narendra Modi ji as our Prime Minister currently, who has a focus for us, for the common man. And interestingly, if you see the slide, he was the only political leader or the Prime Minister of whom he drew a sketch, a caricature of him with a victory sign. So here we are, R.K. Lakshman Foundation, carrying Lakshman's legacy forward for the youth of the country to, bring back the contributions that he has done through his almost 70 years of his journey as a political cartoonist. And, in light of this, what we have instituted here in Pune is an R.K. Lakshman Museum, which is a one hub and telling the story of Lakshman and his career as a political cartoonist. And it is an educational hub where the students will get an opportunity to do case study and research on his works and also be able to understand cartoonism in general. And so we do have an innovative art education program for the school students and the college students. So on behalf of my foundation, I do welcome all of you students to please come and witness this museum. Next slide. So this is the R.K. Lakshman Museum situated in Balewadi, Pune. Next. Next. So we have a social media campaign and we would like all of you to participate in this to bring forth the legacy forward of Lakshman, who used to sketch practically every single morning. And here we have a cartoon of the week to bring back his journey of his career, political career, and take it forward for all of us. Next slide. So I welcome all of you with this one thought. What Lakshman did as a political journalist is his focus was the common man and to serve the common man of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for bringing back the legacy of R.K. Lakshmanji and taking us through the entire series of beautiful caricatures and beautiful drawings and the history behind it. Thank you very much. My friends, now it's time when I invite the special guest of honor of this session, the eminent journalist, political commentator, and visiting fellow of Observer Research Foundation, ORF, and author of Bharat Ke Pradhan Mantri, Shri Rashid Kidwai ji, to address the gathering. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Rashid Kidwai ji.
Rashid Kidwai is a renowned journalist and a political analyst. Rashid Kidwai has a master's in media communications from the University of Leicester, Britain. He has appeared on various news channels like News 18, Times Now, ABP News and NDTV. He tracks Indian politics, governance, community affairs and Hindi cinema. He is also a reporter for the Indian National Congress and follows the leaders of the same, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. He was the associate editor of The Telegraph, a very popular daily newspaper based in Kolkata. He is also a columnist for the Tribune Chandigarh, Mumbai Mirror, The Print, ABP News Blog, Network 18, Inkilab, Dainik Jagran and Urdu publications. He is a visiting fellow with the Observer Research Foundation, an independent global think tank based in Delhi. It provides potentially viable inputs for policy and decision makers in the Indian government and to India's political and business committees. He has authored many books like Sonia, a biography, 24 Akbar Road, Neta Abhineta, Star Power in Indian Politics, and Ballot, 10 episodes that have shaped India's democracy. We warmly welcome Shri Rashid Kidwai.
Together and welcome with a big round of applause, Shri Rashid Kidwai ji.
I'm really honored to be present here. Thank you very much, Dr. Rahul Karad, Vice Chancellor Sahab, Director Mr. Dheeraj Singh, and people who are sitting in the three winners of this prestigious award, Award for Freedom, Smita Prakash ji, Jawahar Sarkar ji, and everyone present here, dear students. I was also a member of the jury which gave this award, Journalism for Peace Award. And I will not get into the great details of it, but while we were selecting this award, there was a sort of discussion among various jury members, and we just deliberated what constitutes, peace. Because if you look at peace has a very different connotation, but I think for journalism, and I think my friend Mr. Bapat had elaborated upon it, that when we talk about peace in journalism, it means samvad, a kind of dialogue. I would go just going by the entries, and I must say the entries were very good. Many of them deserve many more prizes. Three persons, Mr. Sushil Mahapatra, Neetu Singh, and Ravleen Kaur, of course, they stood out, but the others were also very good. So, some ways, when we talk about journalism for peace, it does not mean compromise. It does not mean, going along with the system or trying to be cozy with the powers that are. In fact, many a times journalism demands element of confrontation, because unless you do not expose what is going on at various levels, from a municipality to a Lok Sabha constituency, parliamentary level, you would not be doing your duty. So, like we say that all wars are for peace, then similarly, a journalism is also is not for is for peace, but peace in a different context, to be raising some issues, and that is where I think because most of your media students, you would realize there is a kind of clash of interest, because you want to expose, or you want to highlight the kind of oversights that is happening in society, in the system, whether it is a municipal authority or a state government, or the central government, and yet you will be doing your duty. So we must, as a journalist, as a practitioners of media, we must understand a fine distinction that exists between the state, the Indian state, about which all of us have a total commitment and sense of duty, and the government that is representing the political parties that are in power, be it at the center or in the state. So therefore, we cannot have a sense of devotion that that exists for the state of India, the Union of India, and for similarly for the government, or for the state governments, or for municipal authority, etc. So you must keep that in mind, because this is something. When we talk about, Mr. Jawahar Sarkar spoke at length about the challenges of new media. These are the many challenges that are there. You have to stand on your feet. I'm very privileged, actually. I got a chance to work with the ANI, that Asian News International. Smita Prakash is she's sitting here. We work together, and I always believe that ANI was ahead of its time, always, because it was the first one to recognize this concept of multimedia, a kind of print journalism, television journalism, private channel. She had a program called Ghumta Aina. I don't know whether you remember it. It was a kind of weekly show, and where she would have many feature stories, stories that were came from Odisha, from Gujarat, from several other states, and she used to send us out to get this kind of capture these oddities, and we did some very good stories. I remember that was one of my finest time of my political career. Here, when we are talking about it, I must also tell you something from my own interaction and experience, that you are at that MIT WPU in journalism courses. You are at the best place, and I'm not saying just because I'm sitting below this marvelous dome and the kind of surroundings that are very good. You are in very good hands, because the kind of curriculum you have, the kind of sense of inquiry you have, the kind of deliberations that are taking place. And I remember, I have received, I don't know whether I should disclose this or not. Sometimes at then I received, a telephone call from Mr. Rahul Karad, and he was very keen to, discuss some of the very finer aspects of journalism and media. Imagine he's your trustee. He's a very busy man. There are so many departments are there, and so many things that he's doing. But he has so much of heart in media, because like the leadership programs, I think he understands the value of journalism department, the kind of because journalism is not like a factory of engineers and doctors. It requires a lot of thinking. It's a matter of choice. It's a very difficult thing. I think when we talk about, if we look back, my fellow panelists may correct me if I'm saying it. If we look back at the 76 years of post-independent India media, it will be a story of a glass being half full or half empty. We have done a lot, we have achieved a lot. At the same time, a lot needs to be done. It's work in progress. There are newer and newer challenges that are there. Some of it, Mr. Jawahar Sarkar very well articulated with facts and figures. There are all kind of challenges are there. But we must remember these challenges were there in the past also during the emergency. I also take this opportunity to thank this Lakshman Memorial, that museum that is being set up, and Mr. R.K. Lakshman was, of course, a very inspirational figure for all of us, the way he conducted himself, the kind of challenges he faced. And I think when I came here, I found a focus on Lakshman Museum as a real value addition. So, and that also tells you about journalism, that he and Mr. Bala Saheb Thackeray started together, a very different kind of, kind of work they did, and they shaped up, and both have their own kind of legacy. So it's journalism as such is not whatever you do, it need not be a bad or it is for you to decide which area you want to dwell upon and take it thing, but you have to follow your heart. A lot of people say, "Oh, media is going wrong." I am not so sure whether the media is going wrong. Remember, media largely caters to certain, like they say in Hindi, sahitya samaj ka darpan hai. Similarly, media also mirrors the kind of conflicts that we are having, whether it is political, social, economic. Please don't think that I'm endorsing it. I'm just trying to give you a glimpse of it. So there are a lot of things that are happening at societal level. Somewhere it is, with the TV channels debate, because after all it is watched, it is TRP driven, it's private enterprise. So a lot of the kind of debate and the conversation that is happening, we may go on condemning and criticizing it. We have a right to do it. We also have a remote control with us, with which we can change channel. But the kind of their success, if you look at the revenue record of many of the TV channels, etc., it tells you that there are people who are watching it. And if people are watching it, then it is for the community. It is for the, the spiritual leader, the religious leader, the community leaders, and other stakeholders to, of course, and not to talk of, teaching community and etc., to have a look at it, that why it is happening. If there is a drift, if there is a conflict, if there is an element of hate, that's there. One more thing I want to tell you, that many of us are taught, I was also, when I was studying journalism, I was told, that we are the fourth pillar. It's as if journalism or media has a special place. Please don't be under that illusion. There is no law. There is nothing that tells you that the members of fourth pillar have any kind of legal or constitutional protection. We are just like any other citizen. We are governed or ruled by same set of laws that applies to everyone else. So we don't have that privilege thing. We should not have any notion of it. In fact, I was just when I was very attentively listening to Mr. Rahul Karad, and he was talking about various things and what is the society. Actually, he has hit the nail, and it's very important when we keep talking about corruption and all. We don't. I think the last time I was here, I had made a mention about it. There is a direct correlation with the lack of electoral reforms, like that kind of very expensive elections, and why this Vanshpad, what we call it, dynasty culture, is thriving. This is not an endorsement or a defense of dynasty. Dynasty culture is existing and thriving in politics. But why is it so? Because we have a very corrupt electoral system. Every election costs 10 times, 4 times that ceiling limit of 45,000 in state, 45 lakhs in state assembly elections, and 75 lakhs for parliament. So people are spending 10 times more and perhaps benefiting 10 times of that more when they get elected. Now, how is that management of money takes place? It's a very, I'm just, because you are many of them are media students, I'm just giving you a thinking point. And please, I'm again emphasizing, this is not a kind of endorsement, because money is safe when it is there in family hands. So there is a dependency model that exists, a very corrupt system. But that is how they kind of, cater to each other. So instead of being very critical or looking things in black and white, we must look at, as media students, the shade of gray. Why is a certain kind of system is working or flourishing? Why is, a particular political party is winning? Why is political party losing? How is coalition politics, working, failing, faltering, and coming back again? Because political parties don't want to, do the hard work. So they think that, 5 parties come together, they'll still be in power. And there is one political party that's working like a, election machine and winning election. So all this, what I'm saying in a nutshell, you must understand as a students of media, whether you are in print, digital, or any other forum, television, you must understand the process and structure. There are a lot of things that they need to talk about, like, the media ownership, media control, structure, process, revenue. I think Mr. Bapat again talked about 3-4 things. You see, if things are going wrong in Indian media, this is also to do the kind of ownership and control we have. I remember meeting a very prominent owner of a Hindi newspaper. I asked him, I said, what is your vision for media? He said, "Athanni uchhalun to rupiya niche gire." That's what I want. I mean, I was aghast. He was saying that, he's there to, multiply money. I remember when Mayawati was Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, a lot of channels came up in UP, And what was the reason? Because the channels were a very good access to meet the chief minister. So a very big builder told me, he said he has set up a channel because he wants to have easy access with the chief minister. Now, God save this profession. If that's the thing that, you are getting 50 lakh rupees or 1 crore to set up a channel just to have access to the chief minister. I think these are the pointers I'm saying. I think Smita Prakash ji and others would dwell upon more. You have 3 days to talk about it. And I want to, whatever time, I think you can ask any question that you do fit with me or Mr. Jawahar Sarkar, Smita Prakash. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, Rashid Kidwai ji. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom and guiding all the students present here today. My friends, I'm not sure how many of you have witnessed the Lokarpan Sohla of this grand monument dedicated to world peace. Many of us present here were fortunate, and today it is time when I invite the founder and chief patron of MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University and the creator of Philosopher's Century Gyaneshwara World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library, World Peace Dome, UNESCO chairholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karat sir. But before I invite him to address the gathering online, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film on Philosopher's Century Gyaneshwara World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library.
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहाँ बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है.
We have only two options. Either we live together or we perish together. It is in this context, this monument will stand.
We look at this magnificent dome. To me, this is not just the biggest dome in the world. To me, this is the biggest idea, the biggest message to the world.
This country has always propagated one thought, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, my dear friends. I must say that in the entire history after the independence since 1947, this is one of the unique steps towards the contribution of universal humanity. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karat and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
Together and welcome with a big round of applause, my friends, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir. Over to you, sir.
My
learned friends, especially Mr. Jawahar Sarkar Sahab, Mr. Rashid Kidwai ji, Usha Lakshman ji, Smita Prakash, and our friend Swapnil Bapat. Friends, I am grateful to all these great men who could spare their valuable time and attend this very unique fourth national conference on media and journalism. Friends, I can only say that to me, media, either the print or electronic, or the present systems of the Google, the Facebook, and everything that you speak about and use it in everyday practice, is a very effective tool. And especially, I would say, it is a tool of education. We have been having number of universities, especially this World Peace University, which has been trying to promote the culture of peace through the appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality. I think some people made a mention about this. I would appeal to all of you, especially the senior persons sitting on the dais, and I can see a very young, enthusiastic audience of the youngsters, young journalists, but more than journalists, some students are sitting with a hope and expectation that they would certainly learn and understand their duty. Duty, the moment I uttered this word duty, the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, who has been an ideal for me throughout my life, he has said, religion is nothing but to perform your duty. Duty towards your mother, the father, the family, the society, the nation, and the entire world. As Rahul said it before, world has one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. There is another word which has been spoken by many great men, that this religion, which is spoken so vividly, is nothing but to perform your duty, as I said it to you. But there is another definition. Religion is nothing but certainly a way of thinking and a way of life, which helps you to understand your own role in championing this very cause of what we have been calling as the promoting the culture of peace. The society, the family, इसमें लिखा है कि the life guiding scriptures of all the living human beings. Friends, I will just show you a book in my hand, which is nothing but a Bhagavad Gita. This is not presenting or trying to champion this Hinduism itself, but Hinduism, ये भारतीय संस्कृति, परंपरा और तत्वज्ञान का सुंदर दर्शन है. इसमें मैंने ये भी दिया है कि इस्लाम क्या है, होली कुरान, होली बाइबल, होली त्रिपिटक. You take these names and try to just have a look at this very dome about which we have spoken so much, and a small film has been also shown to you. I am not the doer or the maker, but I have been just like an instrument. I can only request all the learned people sitting in this very audience, and even the students, that please very carefully see, observe, and then try to learn and understand the very message by each of these statues which are standing in the audience and in the dome itself. I hope that possibly it will give a certain message, as our Honorable Vice President Venkaiah Naidu ji said, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar spoke, and even Dr. Great scientist Mashalkar spoke the same words. It's not the monument that is important. It's not the size or the prestigious monument which has been created in the known human history. I'm using these words. I was not knowing myself that this is going to be the biggest in the whole world, in the whole human history. But the very message of understanding the essence and philosophy of world religions, essence and philosophy of what science stands for, and essence and philosophy of the philosophy itself stands for. It's a very unique understanding. If you come and stand before any of these statues, which you know when the Jesus Christ came up, when Lord Buddha 2600 years back, Lord Mahavira, and all other great men which you can see in the very hall, I can only assure you, friends, if you are one with the time and the words of wisdom spoken by those people that time, you will experience that. अनुभूति की बात है भाई ये to be one with the very mission. Can you imagine the different times when these people have spoken? But the message is same. Ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. The truth is one and only one, but only people called by different names is the vision given. Whether you call it the Ram or Rahim or Jesus or Buddha or Gandhi or any other saints and scientists. Inside the dome, you will see the men of saintly men, the spiritually oriented philosophical men of Vedic times. And outside, there are scientists like the Einstein, the Newton, and then the philosophers like Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, Kant, Hegel, Spinoza. What do they speak? Ultimately, for the well-being of the mankind, they have been trying to preach and advise you, tell you the truth of this universe. You will not believe, friends, I can only tell you one thing. I have another small booklet in my hand. This is nothing but the Swami, another great gentleman known as philosopher Sant Jnaneshwara and dash also Sant Tukaram. 745 years back, at the age of 16, he speaks and reveals the truth. And there are 9 universal principles which have been noted, quoted, and assertively presented, wherein this boy at the age of 16 is telling the world that the rising of the sun in the east and going to the west is an illusion. Churning in the water that creates electricity. So many things I can tell you, friends, as I'm being an engineer. To be frank enough, let me tell you honestly, I never wanted to be an engineer. But I became an engineer, became a teacher, started MIT, and I'm talking about peace. I don't know how this life journey takes place, and every one of you, those great men sitting on the stage especially, they had started the journey, the lifetime journey, with the blessings of their mother and father, and that is the real culture of what India stands for. ये मदर इंडिया का एक नया रूप है जो दुनिया के सामने रखने का वक्त आ गया है, and media, journalism, and all these aspects like education, universities like Oxford or Cambridge or MIT Boston or even MIT World Peace University, or where you are sitting, maybe ADT University, they have a very common goal to promote the holistic peace-loving society. Journalism has a very unique and a greater role, even the educational systems like ours. This is my small brief understanding. And if you have not seen, please go and see the Bhagavad Gita Gyan Bhavan. This Bhagavad Gita, which I showed it to you, friends, I'll read out to you one small paragraph which was written in 1998 in Switzerland when we had the Second World Parliament. This was reminded after our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi Sahab, spoke these words in Japan. And when he said to the King of Japan, Srimad Bhagavad Gita is the greatest gift of Mother India to the mankind. I have nothing else to offer to the world, and the world has nothing greater to take. On this, our World Peace University has printed, taken out 125,000 copies of the booklet. But remember that the difference, a small difference. In this book, you will see not only Bhagavad Gita, you will see a brief gist of Holy Quran. You will see a brief gist of the Tripitaka, Jainism, Hinduism, Christianity, Sikhism, all those 2 pages have been added to this book. And that's what India stands for. And this is the analysis which you people, especially the men of journalism, who have a deep insight and understanding, they read the society, they read their problems and the various issues concerned, and finally come out with a very new, wonderful concepts and ideas which tries to help the society to understand their own self. And that's a beautiful thing. I'll tell you another sentence. I have a photograph of ये पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू की फोटो है. All the prime ministers of India, what words they have spoken at that time. You know it, friends, that when on 15th of August 1947, when Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru spoke the words at the midnight, when he said, not only that I am the first prime minister, he says I am the first servant of India and then a prime minister. And what he says about Gita, these are secular words they have spoken, but see the beauty, friends. The Bhagavad Gita deals essentially with the spiritual foundation of human existence. It is a call of action to meet the obligations and duties of life, yet keeping in view the spiritual nature and grander purpose of the universe itself. See the beautiful, I have given all the list of all the prime ministers of India, what they have been feeling about this Bhagavad Gita itself. And so beautifully, when the Modi Sahib had given some vision, thereafter we have come to a very important aspect of life. Friends, you are saying yourself, ye har jeev, every smallest of the small cell or a living cell or a living body has a body and the brain, but unfortunately we have forgotten the soul and the mind. Atma or man chanchal hai, avinashi hai, usko bhool gaye in our education system, and we have been trying to promote and suggest this very unique mission for education system itself, which is called as the value-based universal education system. ये बड़ी लंबी कहानी है, बट छोटी सी बात है, लेकिन पढ़ने की कोशिश करो भाई. मैं राहुल को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि ये पॉसिबल प्लीज डिस्ट्रीब्यूट दिस बुक्स to all the youngsters who are present and also to the people sitting on the dais. I'm grateful to all of you. Thank you, Rahul and Singh Sahab, Mr. Chitnis, for organizing this very unique conference. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom. You have always been guiding us and showing us path forward. Thank you very much. Now it's time when I invite the special guest of honor of this session, the Editor News, Asian News International, Madam Smita Prakashji. But before I invite her to address the gathering, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Srimati Smita Prakash, an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, joined ANI in 1986 as a trainee and was later inducted as a full-time employee. In 1993, Reuters bought a stake in ANI and was allowed to exercise a complete monopoly on its Indian feed. She is an active participant in the field of journalism for almost 2 decades. During this time, she has reported many news stories from India for NPR News America, NHK Japan, and many other foreign broadcasters. Apart from various developments in India, she has reported on elections, political developments, disasters, international events, and much breaking news here, including many of the world's most dangerous conflicts and devastating events. She has also anchored in many news and current affair programs, in which Rotating Mirror on ZTV and Newsmakers on Doordarshan have been very popular TV programs. The longest running show on television in South Africa, This Week in India, was Smita Prakash's very popular TV show. She has had the privilege of interviewing many of the world's top leaders and interesting personalities, along with coverage of major events during her career. We warmly welcome Srimati Smita Prakash.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, my friends, Madam Smita Prakash ji.
Thank you for inviting me to your campus, Dr. Vishwanath Karad and Mr. Rahul Karad. Thank you also Dr. Chitnis and Director of SOMC, Mr. Dheeraj Singh, for asking me to address your talented students. And thank you everybody from the dais to have patience to listen to me for the next 10 minutes. I request the students, if, this is what I say to students every time I go to campuses, please, if you could give me the next 10 minutes. I understand you've listened to many speakers, but if you could put your phone down and lend me your ears for just 10 minutes and I'll be done saying whatever I have to. Believe me, it's very tempting, as Jawaharji said, that it's literally an extension of our body to have the phone in our hand, and sometimes more valuable than our spouse, as again Dr. Sarkar said. But just for some time, if you could let go of it, and if you know, look at the Karad family. They have had such a vision to build this place for you and to build this institution for you. If they didn't have the attention span to listen, to understand, to gauge, they couldn't have provided this for you. And you're gaining so much for it. So just learn from their experience, from the spiritual guidance that Mr. Karad gave, that Professor Karad gave just now. So learn from that, and just for a few minutes, if you could give me your time without your phone, I would be most grateful. The scope of the topic that was given to me is extremely vast, and I feel that I wouldn't do justice to it if in 10 minutes. So I would beg forgiveness and move away from the topic, because I'm sure your professors are teaching you about what the history of the media is. And frankly, I am more of a practitioner of communication rather than focusing on theory. The origins, scope, impact, all this is something that your learned professors would give. I do not have the capacity, nor do I have the intelligence to guide you on such matters. I wouldn't also want to repeat what they are probably teaching you. It's not my forte. So I dare not pontificate. And also there are my seniors here on the dais who know so much more about journalism than I do. So I do not want to talk about the philosophy and ideology of journalism, its history or metamorphosis. I would rather speak in general of what I have observed in the past 30 odd years that I have worked as a journalist, and I hope that it would give you something of a window into what journalism has been. When I got into the media field, the configuration of media was essentially state-owned television and radio. Again, state-owned television and radio was the only radio and TV that existed. And that changed with, and then there was the newspapers, which was in private hands. With economic liberalization, all that changed. It was mind-boggling, and I was lucky enough, like Rashid, to be at the cusp of that change. I belong to that generation whose parents would religiously listen to All India Radio and believe every word that was uttered. A speaker before me said that there was a lot of chain and sukoon because there was no noise. What All India Radio told you was what you believed. But even though at that time the news that came to you was conceptualized, was written, was presented by government officers. And this I'm saying with no respect to government officers, because mind you, my own father headed the news services division in All India Radio. So I know exactly what was going on at that stage. So it was the only source of information as far as radio and television was concerned. So yes, of course, there was no noise because there was only one voice. It was a one-way traffic. There was no interactivity which you people have today. Doordarshan, even in its early years, as I said to you, was one-way street. Now you are empowered to cross-check, to choose. You have a choice. There is a disruption. That disruption, it makes people nervous. Who does it make nervous? It makes people nervous who were embedded in an earlier system, who are scared of change. And I don't mean this age-wise. There are some people who are even my age group, which is the 50s and 60s and even 70s and 80s, who are welcoming change, because change means noise. Change means disruption. Change means a kind of a value system which is being disrupted and a new one is coming, and to adapt to that. Each one of you is a broadcaster, as was said before. Each one of you is a satellite. You speak to us. You check us. You matter to us. That is the difference between the media of yesteryears and the media of today. The media in the 1970s didn't care what you thought. The media today, if it doesn't care what you think, will be out of the door. There is a multiplicity of platforms, and you are lucky to have that. We, on the other hand, are probably a little bit unluckier than our predecessors, because we have to keep checking, and checking is a difficult task. It means to be humble, to have humility, to understand that what I am saying is wrong. To have a young 18-year-old fact check me on social media and saying, "Arey kya bol rahi hai, galat bol rahi hai." It hurts. The ego hurts. That a young kid is correcting me. But that is where my humility comes in, and I say, yeah, she's right. I am wrong. I have to correct myself. That is the disruption I value, and that is the disruption I'm hoping that you bring. There are many who are critical of TV news today, that it's sarkari propaganda. That's an allegation that has been there for a long time, from the 1970s, mind you. We saw R.K. Lakshman's cartoons out here. We saw The Emergency. From that time onwards, and even before that, that allegation that sarkari propaganda is coming to you via television, via newspapers, is something that has always been there. And that is something that will always be there. Everything in life today is amplified because of social media. So when that kind of allegation was made in the 70s, 80s, 90s, that this is sarkari propaganda, that what you're hearing is just Mrs. Gandhi's voice, that it is Mr. Gandhi's voice, that it is just Mr. Gujral's voice, very few people knew of it, that there was annoyance. It was just because social media has amplified that annoyance that there is correction that is happening. And correction might take time, but the fact that it is being vocalized on social media, the thing that social media is just noise, कि शोर है, बेमकसद का शोर है, जो आपके दिलो दिमाग पे है, किसी काम का नहीं है, किसी के मतलब का नहीं है. This is what will be told to you regardless. Let me tell you something. To be relevant on social media, to have followers, to make a mark, you have to say things with a panache. कुछ धमाकेदार बोलो, कुछ ऐसे मजाकिया तौर पे बोलो, किसी को ट्रोल करो, and once you do that, you'll be noticed. So people say, हाँ भाई, हम कुछ ऐसे बात बोलते हैं कि लोग हमको notice करें. So you say this thing on Twitter, you'll get more followers. The media guest coordinators in television channels, they will sit up. The PR coordinators, many of you are going to be PR students. Just believe me, this is what you'll do. कि ये शोर मचाता है, चलो इसको बुलाते हैं for our media conferences because मजा आएगा. The sponsors of these media conferences say, हाँ, this person has 10,000 followers, has 1 million followers, इसको बुलाते हैं. The real person who has done research in a library, who is an actual gyani, who actually has something to share, but is not on social media, has not trolled anybody, has not said something sensational, उसको कोई नहीं बुलाएगा at conferences. बुलाएंगे उस troll को, बुलाएंगे उस शोर मचाने वाले को. Stay with me, I'm trying to make a point. I'm not ranting. So what I was saying was that this chatpata bolne wala person will get invited to conferences. The sponsors will pour in the money into those conferences. उसके बाद क्या होता है? उसकी कहानी वहाँ खत्म नहीं होती है. उसके बाद the political party sits up and says, ये तो बड़ा articulate है. ये social media पे भी है. ये तो धमाका मचा रहा है, सोशल मीडिया में भी कर रहा है, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में भी कर रहा है, चलो इसको अपनी पार्टी में ले लेते हैं, इसको अपना स्पोक्स पर्सन बना लेते हैं। ठीक है, वो बन गया स्पोक्स पर्सन, उसका करियर ग्राफ यूं यूं जा रहा है। हाँ, ही इज बिकम अ स्पोक्स पर्सन, इन्फ्लुएंसर है और कुछ नहीं है, ही इज बिकम द स्पोक्स पर्सन ऑफ अ पॉलिटिकल पार्टी। उसके बाद ही गोज टू अ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, ऐसे आए हाय ये सोशल मीडिया में देखो बिना बेतुकी बातें करते हैं, देयर इज नो कंटेंट। वो उस जमाने की बात देखो जहां पे कंटेंट आता था दूरदर्शन पे। दीज आर द पीपल। सो ये फ्रॉड्स को आप नोटिस कीजिए, जो शोर जरूर मचाएंगे ऑफ द गुड ओल्ड डेज ऑफ येस्टर ईयर्स, लेकिन दे आर यूजिंग द प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ टुडे to make a noise, to make a mark for themselves. You have to decide, when you listen, when you follow these people, what you are gaining from them. I'm not saying कि system गलत है. I'm no one to make these value judgments. You have to decide for yourself. ये जो शार्प शूटर्स, आज के जो शार्प शूटर्स हैं, चाहे ये आपके पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन हो, चाहे आप न्यूज़ मीडिया में हो, जो शोर मचाते हैं वो ज़्यादा सुने जाते हैं। बिलीव मी, इवन न्यूज वाइज जो ज्यादा, और अगर शोर नहीं मचता तो टीआरपी नहीं आता। सो यू हैव द एंकर्स जो यूं 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 करके हाथ यूं यूं करके बोलेंगे, दोज आर द पीपल दैट यू लिसन टू। तो आप अगर मीडिया पे दोष कर रहे हो दैट मीडिया इज द वन विच इज डिवाइडिंग सोसाइटी टुडे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से लेके पॉलिटिशियंस हम पे ब्लेम करता है दैट यू आर द पीपल हु आर स्प्रेडिंग हेट, यू आर द पीपल हु आर डिवाइडिंग। Where is that hate and divide? What is the society today? You think there are no fissures in society today? लोग एक दूसरे को they are hugging each other? No, they're not. That hate that you are seeing on television screens is the hate which is being reflected from society. Let's change society. Let's change the way we are thinking, and then you will see that reflection in media. I am nobody to hold a flag for the media to say that the media is दूध का धुला हुआ. No, it's not. We probably deserve the tags that we've been getting. The term that was used by Sarkar Saab, who said that it's a very dirty term. We were called prostitutes. उसके बाद शोर मचा कि मत यूज करो ये वर्ड, बट उससे पहले before prostitutes came was माइनो मीडिया, कांग्रेसी मीडिया, और अब मोदी मीडिया. Nothing has changed. उससे पहले there was इंदिरा मीडिया, उसके बाद there was नेहरू मीडिया, और ये किसने कहा था? फिरोज गांधी ने कहा था. So what I'm trying to say is that this is nothing new. This is something that all of you will face. Develop a thick skin. You think it doesn't come my way, it doesn't come the way of Rashid, it doesn't come the way of all other journalists. Nupur Sharma case is a case in point. So it comes for all of us. We develop a skin as thick as an alligator. And women in the media, you guys who are going, girls who are getting into the media, let me tell you, we need to be thicker skinned than the men. My time is running out, but just give me a few more seconds minutes before I conclude. That, you know, when you women get into the media, please remember that the workplace today is a much safer place, but doing journalism today is much harder simply because there's a whole bunch of problems, legal problems that have occurred. FIRs are being lodged against us in the media in various places. Fortunately, the Supreme Court has come and said clubbing of FIRs should happen. But those of you who are getting into journalism, please get some legal background, legal information, legal training also. Those who are going into the legal training, please help us out in journalism, because we need your support too. Rashid has rightly said that conflict TV mirrors the conflict in life. We saw this happening with the Nupur Sharma case. We are seeing this happening day in and day out. So all I can say is that having worked with foreign broadcasters, I see that there are many even now who would rather believe a New York Times, a Washington Post, and even an Al Jazeera when they report about India. Be lucky enough that we have so many Indian newspapers. Today, just a little bit more I will speak. The entire population of England is about 70 million. Do you know how much our population of just people who have television sets is? 220 million households that have TV. In spite of that, BBC holds sway in this country. I just want to know why. I have nothing against the BBC, I've worked with them. But I just want to know, why is it that we believe in the foreign medias reporting on India? I'm hoping that students, you will be lucky enough to tell the Indian story to foreigners soon enough. And the reason why I'm saying it is because their view about India is biased. They come with preconceived notions, and I've seen this from the 80s when I began reporting, whether it was Kashmir, whether it was the Babri Masjid episode, whether it was our riots, whether it was anything. It is colored. It comes with a view. Whereas you who believe in nationalism, I'm hoping you will not paper over the lies, and you will present the truth, but you will present the India story. Which other country's broadcaster does program in 23 languages and 179 dialects? It is our country, and you are lucky enough to be able to do that. In every country, the printed word is dying. The newspaper is dying, but not in our country. We have newspapers in 22 major languages. There are 900 satellite television channels. So there's a lot that we can do. When Rashid and I worked in newsrooms, it was completely different. There was a slower pace of life. Today, it's 365 days, and it is 24/7. If you are ready to do that, if you are not thinking about a work-life balance, because none of us have that, if you are committed and have a passion, then get into journalism. Otherwise, there's always LIC for you. I'm saying this because I want in you a junoon, a jazba in journalism. Otherwise, don't get into this profession. Yes, as Rashid again said, I'm quoting him again and again, that we have no special privileges, but we have a duty. And I'm hoping you see this as a service that you will provide the nation, and you will take this forward, not just as a mere job, and there are jobs aplenty, believe me, but you will do something more than seeing this as a job. So as I conclude, I would like to say that keep your zest for journalism and zest for life alive. Think of doing something big, a desire to make this world and this country a better place. Namaste and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Madam Smita Prakashji. Thank you very much for that important advice to all these young journalists. Yes, absolutely. So all these dignitaries have really guided all of us in this session. I request everyone and everyone in the front also to give them a standing ovation and a big round of applause, my friends. To all of them, a big round of applause. All of them have traveled long distances to come here and give their important message to all of us. Thank you very much, all dignitaries. And now I would like to take this opportunity to present the Journalism for Peace Awards to all the awardees present among us. So I would like to request all the dignitaries, Executive President Shri Rahul Karat, to join hands presenting these awards. The first award for Journalism for Peace goes to independent journalist, down to earth, Madam Ravleen Kaur. Let's give them a big round of applause, my friends.
Ravleen Kaur is an independent journalist based in Gujarat, India. She started her journalism career with the city edition of the Indian Express and Down to Earth magazine before taking up a fellowship with the National Foundation for India to work in Ladakh. Her active journalism career spans 12 years, wherein she reported from 11 of the 15 agroclimatic zones of India on subjects ranging from industrial pollution, hydropower, renewable energy, international trade, and alternative education. She reported for the News Service Division of All India Radio and has been an Earth Journalism Network grantee twice. As an independent writer, she has primarily written for Monga Bay India, Down to Earth, Gaon Connection, The Hindu, The Tribune, Civil Society, and The Indian Express. We warmly welcome Ms. Ravleen Kaur.
A big round of applause for Madam Ravleen Kaur. Thank you very much for coming all the way and accepting this beautiful award. I now request all the dignitaries and sir to kindly present the next Journalism for Peace Award to Senior Editor of NDTV, Shri Sushil Kumar Mahopatra ji.
Sushil Mohapatra is the editor of the current affairs of NDTV India. He joined NDTV in 2008. Mr. Mohapatra has 15 years of experience in the field of journalism. Mr. Mohapatra won the most prestigious Ramnath Goenka Award twice. In 2017, he won the award for his ground report Impact of GST on Rag Pickers. In 2019, Mr. Mohapatra won the Ramnath Goenka Award for his ground report Kala Pani Ka Safed Sach. Mr. Mohapatra has also won the Red Ink Award given by the Mumbai Press Club. Mr. Mohapatra won the award in 2018. Mr. Mohapatra mainly focuses on social stories and belongs to Odisha. We express our gratitude and give a warm welcome to Ramnath Goenka awardee Sushil Mohapatra.
A big round of applause once again for Shri Sushil Kumar Mohapatra ji. And now it's time when I request all the dignitaries to present the third Journalism for Peace Award to independent journalist of Gaon Connect, Madam Neetu Singh ji.
Neetu Singh has 10 years of experience in rural journalism with focus on women empowerment, sexual and gender-based violence. As an independent journalist, she is currently raising and reporting issues from several remote villages in Madhya Pradesh, Bundelkhand and Jharkhand, which are neglected by mainstream media. 6-time winner of Ladli Media and Advertising Award, Neetu Singh has worked as a senior reporter in Gaon Connection from 2016 to 2021 and program producer and presenter with Waqt Ki Awaaz from 2011 to 2016. She won the Chameli Devi Jain Award for Outstanding Women Media Persons in 2020 and the Priyanka Dahele Award for a Young Promising Journalist for the 10th edition of the National LMAAGS 2020. She works as a community journalist, trainer and has actively engaged in increasing the participation of girls in journalism. Her consistent reporting of cases of gender-based violence in rural India has led to effective police action and justice for survivors. We warmly welcome Srimati Neetu Singh.
It's indeed a beautiful moment that all the awardees and all the dignitaries are there on the stage. I request everyone to give a beautiful, memorable photograph holding the folder for 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism, and all the dignitaries and all the awardees are also present here. A big round of applause for everyone, my friends. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Thank you. And I now request Madam Ravleen Kaurji to... Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you. Madam Ravleen Kaurji to say a few words in response to the award.
Hello, everybody. As a journalist, we are trained to listen to people. We are trained to be in the field. This is the first time I'm doing something like this, like I'm talking about my work in front of a gathering. Thanks to MIT, WPU for giving me a chance to be among such dignitaries and such senior people. I work on the margins. I'm an environmental journalist and I do a little work in rural areas. So I would consider myself to be on the margins. Normally environment reporting is, when I started in 2005, it was not considered mainstream. Even now it is not that mainstream, but I enjoy doing that, so I stick to it. Since, as I said, I work in villages to some extent, and much more than me, my colleagues who have got the award here, they work in the villages. I've just begun. Neetu ji and Sushil ji, they are doing such wonderful work, as you would see once if you Google them. But still, since I represent some people here, the people in our villages, Bharat गाँव में बसता है, हम सबको पता है. So I am really grateful to them, and because of them, I can say that I am here. I'll now tell you a bit about the story that the university selected to to give me this award for. The story is based in Chhattisgarh, and I did not really think about the story in terms of, a positive story or whatever. I just thought, let me just go see how things are happening with Mitanins in Chhattisgarh. But before that, two important incidents that happened in my life, I'll share you. And can I just ask how many of you are thinking of becoming journalists, like not PR, not advertising, but journalists?
Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah. So yeah, I was just asking how many of you are thinking of becoming journalists? So I should be talking to only these people, I think. Okay, I'll shift the topic then. I'll just tell you about my experience in that case. When we go out in the field, it's not all hunky-dory, especially when we go out to places which are really not cities. So when I went to Chhattisgarh, just before going to meet Mitanins, I met people to do a story who had not eaten for 3 days. And I'm not joking. It was very difficult for me to even talk to them because I was still thinking of my story, and these were the people who, who hadn't had a meal. So I felt like a voyeur. I felt very voyeuristic and narcissistic in that sense. So it's not always easy to go out, but still it's our social responsibility to do it somehow. Another thing I felt during my field experience is that when we go to villages especially, we see a life which is totally different from what we are thinking here. एक बायगा आदिवासी आशा वर्कर थी, उनका कहना था कि हम लोगों को मेडिकल सिस्टम के बारे में सब कुछ पता है, हमारी अपनी जड़ी बूटियां बहुत अच्छी हैं, मुझे नहीं पता हमको क्यों बोला जा रहा है कि हम एलोपैथिक दवाई बांटें. और सच्ची में उनका सिस्टम बहुत अच्छा था, हम लोगों एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन से बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग था. So these are the questions that come out for us to, how do we really deal with it? हम लोग कुछ और ही प्रोपेगेंडा कर रहे हैं, जिंदगी गांव में कुछ और ही चल रही है. So this Mitanin story, Mitanin means a friend. In Chhattisgarh, the meaning of Mitanin is a friend. So the whole Asha worker system, if you know about, the community health workers started from Chhattisgarh. As a state, they were the first ones to start it. But I realized how over a period of time, they just became this, and they started as honorary workers. They were not getting paid for this. They were only playing a social role between the doctor and the village, and they were these para doctors in the village, in the villages which really could not reach the medical system that we have. But over a period of time, the state neglected them so much. The state, as in, I am talking of authorities here. The state neglected them so much that they ended up. Okay, I'll just take another minute maybe. And it became a gender issue. मतलब आपको तो करना ही है ना, आप जैसे हमारे यहाँ होता है, एक फीमेल का लेबर रिकग्नाइज ही नहीं होता है, और वही हुआ. ड्यूरिंग कोविड जब उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा इंसेंटिव दो, हमें आप बिल्कुल बिना टाइम के बुला रहे हो, संडेज को भी बुला रहे हो, जहाँ तो हमारा जब उन्होंने प्रोटेस्ट किया कि हमारा इंसेंटिव दो, तो सरकार ने उनको बोला कि डॉक्टर्स भी तो काम कर रहे हैं, एएनएम्स भी तो काम कर रहे हैं, आप लोगों को क्या दिक्कत है। तो उनका जो सवाल ये था कि आप उनको एक सैलरी देते हो, आप हमें क्या देते हो। एक डिलीवरी के लिए एक लेडी को हॉस्पिटल ले जाने के लिए गाँव से एक आशा वर्कर को 300 रुपया मिलता है वहाँ पर, और डॉक्टर्स उन लोगों पे चिल्लाते हैं कि जब हमारी छुट्टी होती है तब तुम क्यों लोग लेकर आते हो इसको डिलीवरी के लिए। तो क्या डिलीवरी वेट करेगी? These are the questions that come up, and these are very general questions when we look at it from outside, but these are very important questions for them. These are the questions we need to look at as journalists if we really want to become journalists, I would say. Another just very small thing I want to say is, no, I mean, मैं 17 साल से काम कर रही हूँ, थोड़ा लाइट वर्क भी किया बीच में, but then I also had my aspirations, and honestly my aspiration was good food and travel. That is why I became a journalist. But कैसे वो aspiration बढ़ के, no, I mean आज ऐसी हो गई है कि मतलब my aspiration is now meeting my people, meeting my country, understanding my country. It's a never-ending hunger. No, so I only want to say right now to you is, journalism mar nahi raha hai. People will tell you there's saturation in journalism, don't do it, get out, get to other fields. There is no saturation because we have not discovered the stories we need to write about. Go to the villages, that can be my only message. Go to the villages, discover stories, have good food, travel, and also fulfill the social purpose that journalism has. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ravleen Kaurji. Thank you very much for that important experience that you have shared with us. Now I would like to request the senior editor of NDTV, Shri Sushil Kumar Mohapatra ji, to share his thoughts in response to the Journalism for Peace Award.
जर्नलिज्म फॉर पीस के लिए जो मेरा स्टोरी चुना गया है उसके लिए मैं खुश तो हूँ, लेकिन मैं MIT को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि स्टोरी तो मेरी थी, लेकिन इस स्टोरी का मैं बस एक छोटा सा किराएदार हूँ। इस स्टोरी का जो असली किरदार है वो आश्रम के वो महिलाएं हैं जो अपने घर वालों की इंतजार कर रही हैं। मेरी स्टोरी मानसिक रोगियों पर है जो अलग अलग आश्रम में जिनका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। इनमें से कई ऐसे महिलाएं हैं जो ठीक हो गई हैं, जो अपने बच्चों की नाम याद रखी हैं, अपनी पति के नाम याद रखी हैं, लेकिन उन्हें लेने के लिए कोई नहीं आता है। मैं तो उनके बीच खुद को ढूंढने गया था, लेकिन मैं उनके बीच खो गया। मुझे पता चला कि कितना संघर्ष कर रही हैं महिलाएं। इसलिए ये जो जर्नलिज्म फॉर पीस अवार्ड मुझे आज मिली, मैं उन्हीं महिलाओं को समर्पित करना चाहता हूं जो उस आश्रम में अपने घर वालों की इंतजार कर रहे हैं। ये अवार्ड मैं उन्हीं वॉलंटियर्स को समर्पित करना चाहता हूं जो दिन रात लगकर इन महिलाओं की सेवा कर रही हैं। और मैंने देखा हूं यही युवा वॉलंटियर्स 24 घंटे इनके पीछे लगे रहते हैं, उनका सेवा करते हैं। और ये अवार्ड मैं डॉक्टर नीलमाधव रथ को भी समर्पित करना चाहता हूं, जो रोज 70 साल की उम्र में 60 से 70 मानसिक मरीजों को फ्री में देखते हैं, एक भी पैसा नहीं लेते हैं, उनसे एक भी पैसा चार्ज नहीं करते हैं। ये अवार्ड मैं डॉक्टर गोविंद पटनायक जी को समर्पित करना चाहता हूं, जो खुर्दा में 3 ऐसे एनजीओ चला रहे हैं जिसमें मानसिक मरीजों को वो ख्याल रख रहे हैं। आपको एक कहानी मैं बताता हूँ कि जिस आश्रम मैंने गया था, आश्रम, उस आश्रम कैसे बनी। ये 2001 की बात है। डॉक्टर गोविंद पटनायक खोर्दा से पुरी की तरह जा रहे थे, तो देखे एक जगह काफी सारे लोग जो है वो जमा हुए हैं। तो वहां जाकर देखें कि ये मानसिक मरीज जो है एक बच्ची को जन्म दे रही है और लोग उस मरीज को देख रहे हैं, फोटो खींच रहे हैं, लेकिन वहां से कोई उठाकर अस्पताल नहीं लेकर जा रहा है। डॉक्टर पटनायक उसको अस्पताल लेकर गए। उस महिला ने एक बच्ची को जन्म दी। कुछ दिनों के बाद महिला की मौत हो गई, लेकिन आज वो बच्ची जिंदा है। ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद वो वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग ले रही है। तो ये एक बड़ी बात है। जब ऐसे लोग ऐसा अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं तो ये अवार्ड जो है तो उनको तो समर्पित करना जरूरी है। और इतने सारे बच्चे जो है वो जर्नलिज्म के बच्चे हैं। और जब मैं यहाँ बैठा था, इन लोगों को देख रहा था, तो मेरे गला सूख रहा था। मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा पानी पी रहा था और मैं सोच रहा था, इतने सारे बच्चे अगर जर्नलिज्म का कोर्स कर रहे हैं तो कहाँ जाकर पत्रकारिता करेंगे। किंतु क्योंकि आज तो पत्रकारिता के लिए कुछ है नहीं। आप ये देख रहे हैं ना, ये बटन में पानी नहीं है, खाली है, थोड़ा सा पानी है। इसी तरह आज पत्रकारिता भी थोड़ा सा बचा है, खाली हो गया है। आप लोग देख रहे होंगे, हम यहाँ पर वर्ल्ड का लार्जेस्ट डोम में मौजूद है, लेकिन टेलीविजन चैनल पर आपने कभी देखा है कि शांति को लेकर कभी डिस्कशन होता है? नहीं होता है। दोनों पक्ष को बुलाया जाता है ताकि लड़ाई हो, झगड़ा हो और टीआरपी आए। इसलिए मैं टीआरपी को टेलीविजन रेटिंग पॉइंट नहीं कहता हूं, मैं इसको टेंशन रेटिंग पॉइंट कहता हूं। क्योंकि टीआरपी नहीं आएगा तो एडिटर टेंशन में चले जाएंगे, एंकर टेंशन में चले जाएंगे। इसीलिए टीआरपी लाना है तो चिल्लाइए और लोगों को धर्म के बीच में लड़ाइए। यही करते रहिए, तब टीआरपी आ सकता है। और राहुल जी जैसे कह रहे थे कि आजकल मीडिया वन साइडेड हो गया है, ये सही बात है। इसीलिए आप बच्चे सब जर्नलिज्म करके पत्रकार बनना चाहते हैं। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप अच्छे जगह में जाएंगे, पत्रकारिता करेंगे। पत्रकारिता मतलब ये नहीं कि आपको किसी चैनल में जाना है, किसी प्रिंट में जाना है और वहां जाकर आपको पत्रकारिता करना है। अगर आप पत्रकारिता करना चाहते हैं तो आप ईमानदारी के साथ मेहनत करिएगा। आजकल आप YouTube के जरिए भी पत्रकारिता कर सकते हैं। किसी एडिटर के पास जाकर किसी के गोद में बैठने से बेहतर है कि आप खुद अपना पत्रकारिता करिए और लोगों की समस्या को दिखाइए। अगर आप ऐसा कर सकते हैं तो आप जिंदगी में एक अच्छा पत्रकार बन सकते हैं। इसलिए यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूं और इस लार्जेस्ट पीस डूम के अंदर आप सभी जो है प्रतिज्ञा करिए कि अब जब पत्रकार बनेंगे तो आप शांति के लिए पत्रकारिता करेंगे। आप समाज में जाकर लोगों के बीच में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट नहीं फैलाएंगे। इतना ही कह के मैं आज बंद करता हूं। नमस्कार।
Thank you very much, Shri Sushil Kumar Mohapatra ji. Thank you very much for that important message to all these budding young journalists. My friends, this is a really important occasion that on which we all have gathered here. And after this session is over, we all are going to gather in front of the on the main staircase of this dome for a beautiful, memorable photograph. So all the students, all the invitees, dignitaries are requested to please join us for the memorable photograph right in front of the main entrance after this session. My friends, and now it's time when I request the independent journalist of Gaon Connection, Madam Neetu Singh ji, to share her thoughts in response to Journalism for Peace Award.
सबसे पहले हम मंच पर बैठे सभी वरिष्ठजनों का तहे दिल से आभारी हैं। आप सभी का बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप सुबह से इतने इत्मीनान के साथ हमें सुन रहे हैं। और निश्चित तौर पे ये अवार्ड इसलिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है, इतने सारे साथियों ने अपना वक्तव्य रखा। जब हम किसी अवार्ड के लिए अप्लाई करते हैं तो हमें पता होता है कि हम अपने किसी काम को सराहना की इच्छा रखते हैं, पर ये एक ऐसा अवार्ड है, ये इसलिए विशेष अवार्ड है क्योंकि हमने अपने काम को सराहने के लिए अवार्ड नहीं किया, अप्लाई नहीं किया था। हम जब छोटे शहरों में, छोटे गांव में अपने काम को करते हैं और जब पुणे जैसे बड़े मंचों पे MIT यूनिवर्सिटी में हमारे काम को सराहा जाता है बिना हमारे जताए, तो हमें लगता है कि यही हमारे काम का शोर है। मैं यहाँ पे बैठे सभी जर्नलिस्ट साथियों से बड़ी उम्मीदें लेके आई हूँ। मैं आप सभी को बहुत आप धैर्य के साथ बैठे हैं। मैं भी एक छोटे शहर से निकलकर यहाँ तक पहुँची हूँ। मेरा सफ़र बहुत कम समय का रहा है, लेकिन हमने मेहनत बहुत की। हमने हमेशा अपने काम से प्यार किया। हमने कभी भी किसी रिपोर्ट को एक असाइनमेंट नहीं समझा। जिस स्टोरी के लिए हमें सम्मानित किया गया है, आप सबको याद होगा, 17 फरवरी 2021 को उन्नाव ज़िले के बबरूहा गांव में 3 लड़कियों को खेत में डालने वाली जहरीली दवा पिला दी गई थी, जिनकी दो की डेथ हो गई थी। एक बच्ची हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट थी। 17 फरवरी को ये खबर हमने जाके उस गांव में कवर की और उसके करीब 8 दिन बाद हमने एक दूसरी स्टोरी कवर की, जिसके लिए ये अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है कि जो पेस्टिसाइड्स खुलेआम बाज़ार में मिल रहे हैं, सरकार ने उनके लिए किस तरह के कानून बनाए हैं। आज बबरूहा की 2 बेटियों की मौत हुई है, कल ऐसी हज़ारों बेटियों की मौत होगी अगर हम इस पर ध्यान आकर्षित नहीं करेंगे। हमने अपनी स्टोरी में इस बात का भी जिक्र किया कि देश की आधी आबादी यानी 50% महिलाएं खेतों में काम करती हैं, तो खेतों में काम करने वाली महिलाएं और लड़कियां अपने कार्यस्थल पे कितना सुरक्षित महसूस करती हैं। एक रिपोर्ट ये कहती है कि 78% महिलाओं के साथ यौन दुर्व्यवहार हुआ है खेतों में काम करने के दौरान, मजदूरी के दौरान। तो कहने का तात्पर्य इस स्टोरी को साझा करने का मकसद सिर्फ इतना है कि जब आप किसी स्टोरी को रिपोर्ट करने जाते हैं तो आप उसे एक असाइनमेंट ना समझें। आपके दिमाग में ये बात हमेशा कौतूहल करती रहे कि क्या हमारा काम यहाँ पूरा हो गया। क्या हमने की रिपोर्ट लिख दी कि 2 बच्चियों की मौत हो गई, उनको पॉइजन खिला दिया गया, आरोपी गिरफ्तार कर लिए गए, क्या हमारी जिम्मेदारी यहाँ ख़त्म हो जाती है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है एक पत्रकार होने के नाते, एक महिला होने के नाते, एक लड़की होने के नाते, एक संवेदनशीलता होने के नाते कि शायद हमारी बात यहाँ ख़त्म नहीं होती है। मैंने अपने करियर की शुरुआत गाँव कनेक्शन मीडिया हाउस से की थी 2016 में। हमने 5 साल वहाँ पे काम किया। जनवरी, फरवरी, अप्रैल 2021 में हमारा आखिरी महीना था वहाँ पे। जनवरी, फरवरी, मार्च 3 महीने जो मैंने काम किया। अभी हाल ही में 2 लाडली मीडिया अवार्ड उस 3 महीने की स्टोरी को मिले, आज 1 अवार्ड यहाँ पे मिला। तो जब आप काम करें तो कभी आपको ये अपेक्षा ना रहे कि हमारे काम को अवार्ड मिलेगा। मैं हमेशा अपने काम को जीती हूँ। आप एक बार ज़रूर हमारे काम को देखें। मुझे लगता है मेरे जैसे बहुत सारे पत्रकार अपने काम को जीते हैं, बशर्ते उन्हें मौका नहीं मिल पाता है अपनी बात को कहने का। ये अवार्ड हमारे लिए इसलिए भी बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है कि स्वतंत्र पत्रकारिता छोटे शहरों में रह के करना और अपनी जगह बना पाना, जहाँ पे हज़ारों चैनल चल रहे हैं, हज़ारों पत्रकार हैं, वहाँ पे अपनी पहचान बना पाना एक बड़ा स्ट्रगल होता है। तो जब हमने 1.5 साल पहले स्वतंत्र पत्रकारिता की शुरुआत की थी और आज हम सस्टेन कर गए, हमें नौकरी करने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ रही है। ये आप सबका प्यार है, ये हमारे काम का प्यार है, ये हमारे काम के को सराहने का प्यार है कि जब ये हमें अवार्ड मिलता है तो हमारी 1-2 महीने 3 महीने की ऊर्जा लेके हम वापस लौटते हैं। हमें 2-3 महीने ऊर्जा मिलती है कि अच्छा हम स्वतंत्र पत्रकारिता आने वाले 3 महीने और कर सकते हैं। तब तक एक दूसरा फ़ोन कॉल आता है, फिर हमें 3 महीने काम करने की ऊर्जा मिलती है। तो ये महज एक अवार्ड नहीं है, ये हम जैसे स्वतंत्र पत्रकारों को अपने काम को दिखाने का एक मौका है, अपनी काम को सराहने का एक मौका है। जैसा भी पात्रा सर ने कहा कि स्वतंत्र पत्रकार जो लीक से हट के काम कर रहे हैं, हम एक लकीर खींच रहे हैं, हम किसी के काम का विरोध नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम डिबेट का हिस्सा नहीं बन रहे हैं, हम बहस नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम एक अपने हिस्से की जिम्मेदारी को पूरा कर रहे हैं, हम अपने हिस्से की एक लकीर खींच रहे हैं कि नहीं हम इस लकीर को खींच रहे हैं, अब हमारे काम को देखिए। हमने शेड्स ऑफ रूरल इंडिया एक यूट्यूब चैनल स्टार्ट किया है 1.5 साल पहले। 25,000 सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं, मिलियन में व्यूअर्स हैं, अच्छे लोग देख रहे हैं, काम को सराहा रहे हैं। एक छोटे मोबाइल फ़ोन से हम अपनी पत्रकारिता करते हैं। सारे वीडियो हमने खुद शूट किए हैं, जो हमने अलग अलग राज्यों में यात्राओं के दौरान शूट किए हैं। हमें ऐसी ज़रूरत महसूस हुई कि पत्रकारिता में महिलाओं की भारी कमी है, और अगर एक मैं महिला हूँ तो महिलाओं की सहभागिता को कैसे इसमें बढ़ाऊँ। तो मैंने बीते 8 मार्च को महिला दिवस पे रिपोर्टर सखी एक अपना छोटा सा इनिशिएटिव स्टार्ट किया है, जिसमें हम गाँवों की रूरल महिलाओं को प्रशिक्षित करते हैं, उनके साथ अपना अनुभव साझा करते हैं और उनको रिपोर्टर सखी बनाकर अपने साथ जोड़ने का काम करते हैं। ये अवार्ड मेरे लिए, इस अवार्ड में मिलने वाली राशि हम किस जगह खर्च करेंगे ये आपके साथ बताना बेहद ज़रूरी है। 3 नवंबर को हमारी मदर की 22वीं पुण्यतिथि थी। मीरा नाम है उनका। हमने मीरा फेलोशिप की शुरुआत की थी। हमारे पास पैसा नहीं था और हमें आइडिया नहीं था कि इसको हम कैसे चला पाएंगे। सब कह रहे थे कि तुम्हारे पास पैसा नहीं है, तुम खुद फेलोशिप पे काम कर रही हो, तुम इंडिपेंडेंट पत्रकारिता कर रही हो, अभी तुम्हारे पास कोई पैसे देने का कोई स्ट्रक्चर तैयार नहीं है, तो तुमने ये एक अलग काम क्यों किया, एक अलग जोखिम क्यों उठाया। पता नहीं आपके प्यार से मुझे कितना भरोसा मिलता है, आप जब हमारे काम को सराहते हैं मुझे कितनी उम्मीद मिलती है। मैंने 3 नवंबर को मीरा फेलोशिप की शुरुआत की और 6 या 7 नवंबर को MIT यूनिवर्सिटी से मुझे कॉल आया कि आपको एक अवार्ड मिल रहा है जिसमें आपको 50,000 रुपये मिलेंगे। शायद मुझे लगता है कि जो मेरी मीरा फेलोशिप की एक सोच थी कि हम महिलाओं और लड़कियों को इसमें बढ़ाएंगे, हम एक फेलोज को, एक गर्ल्स फेलोज को 10 महीने की फेलोशिप 5,000 रुपये हर महीने देना चाहते थे। हमें 50,000 अमाउंट की ज़रूरत थी। नहीं पता कि इन्हें कैसे पता था कि हमें 50,000 की ज़रूरत है और इन्होंने वो राशि दी, तो शायद हम एक फेलोशिप को लंबे समय तक चला पाएंगे और अगले साल हम फिर इस फेलोशिप को कंटिन्यू करना चाहते हैं। इन सारी बातों को साझा करने का मकसद यही है कि आप जो भी पत्रकारिता में अपना भविष्य देखना चाहते हैं, जो सच में पत्रकार बनना चाहते हैं, आप अपने काम से प्यार करिए। आप ताम झाम नाम फेम से प्यार मत करिए, आप टीवी में दिखने से प्यार मत करिए, आप लेखनी से प्यार करिए, आप रिपोर्टिंग से प्यार करिए, आप उनकी आवाज़ बनिए जो आपको चौथे स्तंभ के रूप में देखते हैं। आप अपने हिस्से की जिम्मेदारी निभाइए। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Madam Neetu Singh ji. Thank you very much, all the awardees, and congratulations to all the winners of Journalism for Peace Award.
Let's put our hands together for a very interesting development. Let me announce first that Neetu Singh took risk of announcing 50,000 fellowship without having single penny in her pocket. On 3rd November and 7th November, MIT declared rupees 50,000 and 1 year awardship or that fellowship is taken care of. Very interestingly, Honorable Dr. Rahul Karad sir wants to declare today that Neetu Singh's next 5 years fellowship will be borne by us. Thank you so much.
Well, that's really a wonderful announcement. 5 years fellowship sponsored by MIT World Peace University. Heartiest congratulations, Madam Neetu Singh ji. I'm sure कि आपका ये प्रयास अब लंबी दूरी तय कर पाएगा. Thank you very much. With this, we have come towards the end of the inaugural session. I would like to request the Director of School of Design, Professor Dr. Guru Prasad Rao ji, to kindly propose a vote of thanks. After this, let me quickly remind you, we all are going to gather outside this main hall on the staircase for the memorable photographs. So I request all the students and everyone in the audience to please join us there. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon. As we come to the end of inaugural session of the 4th National Conference of Media and Journalism, I, Dean of School of Design, Dr. Guru Prasad Rao, would like to give vote of thanks on behalf of Reverend Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University. I think today the main subject, journalism, which is reaching us, it is a mirror to our society. Purano mein, there was a reporter. His name is Narad. And Narad was called as a person who brings conflict. But I used to tell, I have come for Loka Kalyan, world peace. It's so nice that we have this particular function dedicated to the world peace and journalism. I would like to thank our chief guest, Sri Jawahar Sarkar, IAS retired, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, AITC West Bengal, and former CEO Prasar Bharati for accepting our invitation and gracing the inaugural ceremony. In fact, he talked about roti kapda and connectivity. And he brought in the disruption that is happening in the media. He talked about Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. And further, he talked about multiverse. Who will be the winner? Is yet to be seen. But I think media today is truly multimedia. We are not talking about one, but many. And it should not become a cacophony. I would like to thank our special guest, Sri Rashid Kidwai, who has also honored us by performing the role of jury member for selecting the awardees. He talked about the ethics, confront if required. You cannot be just a goody-goody. So as a jury, he explained how this piece was interpreted in the field of journalism so nicely. Thank you, sir. I extend my special thanks to Srimati Usha Lakshman and Sri Swapnil Baparji for collaborating with us and joining us for the inaugural function. This function would not have been colorful without their support. Independent journalist, Goan Connection Digital, for conferring the Journalism for Peace Awards and also giving their winners address, which brought us he has been trying to help us join
Hello everyone, I am Sinan Farishta.
And I am Nabul Maitani.
Hello everyone, I am Sinan Farishta.
And I am Nabul Maitani.
And we are taking great pleasure in welcoming you to Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University.
Hey, I have a question for you. If I were
this problem of fake news is become bigger than ever before.
I'm really looking forward for the eminent guests which are coming this year, who are going to give us tips regarding the field, what happens on the ground.
लोग कहते थे अखबार में निकला है तो सही होगा.
I'm really excited because this year we are going to have it offline. I really appreciate Mr. Rahul Karat sir that they have given us this opportunity to learn and experience ourselves.
Why this problem of fake news is become bigger than ever before.
I'm really looking forward for the eminent guests which are coming this year, who are going to give us tips regarding the field, what happens on the ground.
लोग कहते थे अखबार में निकला है तो सही होगा.
I'm really excited because this year we are going to have it offline. I really appreciate Mr. Rahul Karat sir that they have given us this opportunity to learn and experience ourselves.
Why this problem of fake news is become bigger than ever before.
I'm really looking forward for the eminent guests which are coming this year, who are going to give us tips regarding the field, what happens on the ground.
लोग कहते थे अखबार में निकला है तो सही होगा.
I'm really excited because this year we are going to have it offline. I really appreciate Mr. Rahul Karat sir that they have given us this opportunity to learn and experience ourselves.
Why this problem of fake news is become bigger than ever before.
I'm really looking forward for the eminent guests which are coming this year, who are going to give us tips regarding the field, what happens on the ground.
लोग कहते थे अखबार में निकला है तो सही होगा.
I'm really excited because this year we are going to have it offline. I really appreciate Mr. Rahul Karat sir that they have given us this opportunity to learn and experience ourselves.
problem of fake news is become bigger than ever before.
I'm really looking forward for the eminent guests which are coming this year, who are going to give us tips regarding the field, what happens on the ground.
लोग कहते थे अखबार में निकला है तो सही होगा.
I'm really excited because this year we are going to have it offline.
I really appreciate Mr. Rahul Karat sir that they have given us this opportunity to learn and experience ourselves.
This conference will bring together leading media personalities, experts, policy makers, academicians, social observers, administrators, peace advocates to exchange perspectives and share best practices related to the promotion of sustainable peace and development through media. Let us now hear it on the focus of 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism. Very briefly, this conference will try to address various issues: the 75 years of Indian journalism, OTT, whatever happened to the blockbuster, documenting past, present, and future, new media, new jobs, voice of peace in times of conflict. With a legacy of 3 years, the 4th National Conference on Media and Journalism promises to provide a majestic platform to connect media leaders with today's youth. The conference is a noble initiative for encouraging dialogue, inclusivity, and peace. So with the permission of the authorities, may we now start the very first session of the 4th NCMJ. A very good afternoon to this august gathering. I welcome you all.